No Jack B.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 2 of the Call of Duty Mobile Bobby Invitational, henceforth known as Cdbi. My name is Infinity, and I'll be hosting all of today's action alongside two beautiful gentlemen. We got Bobby and we have Verdict. Firstly, Bobby, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. It was a blast casting yesterday. Got to see a lot of new talent and pleasantly surprised by what we saw so far. So really excited to see how things shake out for the rest of the day. We had some off-stream matches that I think may have surprised some people, but we got 4 teams remaining, and it should be fun to see how they match up for the rest of the day.
Indeed it shall. Verdict, I've got a bone or two to pick with you, but alas, we'll leave that aside for the moment. How are you doing?
Hey, you know what? Bones aside, man. As long as you're not throwing beans at me, I don't care, man. We're here, we're vibing, we're ready for day number 2. I had a complete blast, getting to learn, how some of these newer players are going to fit into the upcoming CDM season, how everything's going to pan out, and, trying to get familiar with their names as we run along with it and catching some clips along the way. And that's what it's all about. So I'm geared up for day number 2. We got 4 teams left. It's going to be an absolute beast of a day.
Yeah, there was a few clips on the timeline yesterday. I saw that one from Skull Guy was like a 1v4 or a 4K, something to that effect. I'm hoping we see a few more of those today. With that said, then, let's run you through everything that is about to happen. If you're just joining us, this is CDBI. We're going to look at some of the CDM players before CDM begins this very week. But we couldn't go through this tournament without giving you guys a cheeky look at the prize pool. So, Bobby, why don't we throw that up for everybody, talk about it. We got $10,000 on the line with the final few teams fighting over it.
Yeah, not a bad day's work for any of these prize pools, but obviously the focus for everybody today is making it inside the top three. Automatically bump into 1,000 place if you get third, 2,500 for second, and obviously the lion's share with $4,000 going in for first prize. That's going to be what everybody's looking for in this one. And to be honest, I don't think that there's a definitive first place favorite. Everybody looked super competitive throughout the day yesterday. This should be a banger to watch.
Yeah, it did feel like that, right? I mean, obviously we have our favorites in regard to the teams maybe that we drafted, but we do not know who is going to come out on top at the end of today. So as you said, $10,000 on the line. There is a lot of cash worth fighting for. With that said, then I think we should bring up the bracket to show everybody how the entire tournament has gone so far. You very briefly mentioned it there, Bobby. We have 4 teams remaining in this tournament. Verdict, I mean, you're looking towards that lower bracket first and foremost because we're going to get a chance to talk about the upper bracket final here at length very shortly. Cisco and Ganef down there at the moment.
Yeah, that's not an ideal spot. I was thinking that Team Cisco was going to be a favorite throughout the matchup. As a matter of fact, I thought him and Dazi were going to be day 2 worthy, and as a matter of fact, it was just about as close as it got as they duked it out off stream. Fortunately, Dazi's going to fall, so no grand finals for them. Cisco moving on as well. Team Gannett taking on Tyrese off broadcast. I think they did it in a 3 or 2-1 fashion. So that one went down to the wire. The Crossroads Strike finale wasn't really that close, but Gannett able to slip their way through. And the primary target of the day though is going to be that number 1 matchup, Team Marshy versus Team Bobby. I meant Team Vague, the team that Vague. So elegantly put. Why did you draft these guys, Bobby? Why did you do this to me?
Yeah, I think maybe Vague learned a thing or two about his teammates yesterday, and they certainly proved themselves throughout the day. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do up against Team Marshy. Obviously, for those of you who were not watching yesterday, Marshy ended up having to replace Aerith at the last second, but they have not felt any worse for it by any means, as they've certainly thrived all the way through that competition and secured their spot in the top 4.
Yeah, and there were a few replacements as well in regard to players, right? I think even on that roster, Cravings replaced Freezy, I think it was, which is actually a pretty big hit when you talk about kind of, Freezy was a big draft for Aerith at least, and Cravings, I think, turned out to be a pretty good fill-in. It would seem, at least, considering they've made it all the way towards that upper bracket final. I think we can start talking a little bit more about what's ahead then. We are starting today off with that upper bracket final. Again, a reminder, folks, these matches are all going to be best of 3s all the way up into our best of 5 grand final. So this is going to be a best of 3 upper bracket final. Let's start with Team Marshy then, because this is a roster that had to kind of come in together a little bit last minute. Obviously, Marshy, shout out to the guy, Bobby, because he came in and replaced Aerith. And, this team, it doesn't really feel like they hadn't had any conversations or anything like that. Like, they've come in, they've made it all the way towards the upper bracket final.
Yeah, no question. They looked very, very comfortable. I think one of the underdog picks, and definitely surprised a lot of people, was Flirt. Apparently, he's one of the up-and-coming players in India right now, and he had some big-time pop-off games yesterday, but it was really just consistency across the board. Obviously, Marshy, having the amount of experience that he does, no surprise that he was able to keep up with the rest of the squad, and just really, really good consistency, even from Kings as well, playing off server from North America, as is Marshy. Neither of them really seemed to lag behind, and it was just a very well-rounded squad from start to finish.
Yeah, I agree. Now, I'm not going to give Bobby the chance to gas his own pick here. I would never do that because that would be wrong. However, Vague was not happy with his initial pick. It turns out he had very little reason to be unhappy, Verdict, because that roster is freaking amazing. We did the normal thing. We put him with a bees. Turned out that was a good idea.
That wasn't a good idea. That was a great idea. And I don't even know why we continue to feed this guy just free cash, because come on now. When's the last time I'll stop myself. He's actually done very well in this event too. So I'm not going to even just gas up the team itself. I'll gas up the captain too. Vague fried yesterday from beginning to end. If it's not in the search and destroy, he was getting first bloods. He was, following up with 2 pieces. Man was all over the map in the respawns. But I think the focus on this team, of course, is a bees, and then you insert the law, who we would think a beast would be the sniper. Wrong, man. That guy was putting up clips, and on top of that, Jibby, of course, popping off. Cosmo was the biggest question. Last pick. And he did. I mean, he not only did he pull his weight, man, but he was frying on the objective, collecting a lot of time off the hill too. So, well-rounded team. I don't know why Vague was stressing. He brought the game. He brought his A game. His team brought his A game. This squad is looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, I don't know why I was stressing. I feel like we picked a pretty good team. There is a couple of question marks in there, right? We didn't know what to expect too much out of Thalal and Cosmo, obviously. And I think talk big picture here for a second, Bobby, right? Because Thalal is obviously coming up from Saudi Arabia. There's a few players on Team Cisco that are also from that HF team in Saudi Arabia. Saudi is a new region coming into CDM this season, and so there's a lot of question marks about what those players are capable of. If Thalal is anything to go by, that's a pretty damn good region.
No, 100%, and especially getting the chance to watch them in Saudi E-League at the end of the year last year. Got to see what they were capable. Obviously, it is a little bit of a different environment, but playing against other top-tier talent in players like Lucaston, players like Abiz, everybody from that godlike squad, it was very apparent that they were able to keep up, if not perform at a higher level than those guys. Now, once again, it's a different environment when you're playing on a 5-stack together and you don't have anybody else thrown into the equation. But I think the wall has been an excellent testament of what they're capable of. And we got another squad that's made it through to day 2 that's actually got 3 Saudi players in Khalid, Nuke, and Tricky on Cisco's team. So I think all 4 of those players just doing a phenomenal job of showing what the region is capable of.
Yeah, for sure. And then the flip side of that conversation, Verdict, you mentioned Cosmo, right, coming in as, shout out to Cosmo. We're going to give Cosmo some love as we always do. We got to do it. But of course, there's this sort of new batch of players coming through from India. For the longest time, it's pretty much always been Soul and Godlike. And obviously, there's been a kind of a mix-up of that coming into this season. Godlike, of course, still remain. But now there's a lot of new players coming in from India. And Cosmo isn't necessarily new, but he is going to be in CDM for the very first time. How are we feeling about that new talent coming through in India?
Oh, I'm excited, man. Once you get out there, it's going to be completely different, though. Let's just be real. It's one thing to talk about swimming, but to be tossed into the depths of the oceans with, no life jacket, no paddle boat, no life reserve, any of that, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle. But for them to get that kind of exposure and them get to that kind of level and to be able to, sharpen their skills and get better as they progress. I don't have very high expectations for them, but the exposure is going to be great. That region needs a little bit of a revamp. Everything's starting to shift and change. Tides are turning. Faces are leaving. Some are coming back. Some are, moving on. I don't know quite what the region's up for as far as that goes. But if that's the future, I'm loving what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And that's the thing, I think, for a region like India that has such passionate fan base behind them, you want more talent to be coming through as much as humanly possible. You want to try and keep as many teams in competition like CDM as much as possible. And so I think I'm excited to see what rosters like Felines and Elite Titans are going to be able to do coming into the season of CDM. Obviously, there's a few question marks. I know you guys have had a very brief conversation yesterday about Learn, I think it was, came out with the tier list, right? And obviously, Felines and Elite Titans aren't going to be that high. But, look, we know we're going to be doing a lot of tier lists, Bobby. We know we're going to be doing it through the season. How are we feeling early on? Are we thinking these guys are going to be competitive? Obviously, I know we're looking at individuals here in this tournament, but are we feeling good about their chances?
So the thing is, individual performance is a very, very different thing from, especially in a show match setting like this, very, very different from what team performance is going to look like, because you're going up against not only talent that's arguably even stronger than what we're seeing right now. You think about the fact we basically don't have any of the top consensus top 4 teams competing in this event. Like, we don't have any of the top China teams. We don't have either of the top Garena teams. So I think you do have to take it with a grain of salt, but seeing the level that these players have been able to compete at an individual level gives me hope that they're going to be able to improve as a team at a fast rate in CDM as well. So not saying that necessarily these performances change the way that I would rate them on a team basis, but does give me hope that we'll see them improve at a fast rate whenever CDM does finally come around.
Just tell us your bias, Bobby. Just go ahead and say it.
Not this again. No, come on.
Jesus
the
Christ.
season hasn't started, man.
I love it. Got to start early.
Oh god, that's a joke, guys, in chat. Listen, I know sometimes people can't tell when it's a joke. That was a joke, all right? We are totally unbiased here on the desk. Obviously, you know, that's not the only change coming through. A load of new teams joining the competition, not just from India, from Saudi Arabia, but also you've got the teams coming in from Latin America in Galaris, and of course the new teams, or I say new teams, the teams from Garena that we all know and love. There's also a few changes to the rules. You guys got kind of a first look at those rules. I know we were lamenting the idea that, well, unfortunately, we're still stuck to 2-minute search and destroy rounds. That didn't change. But there's been a few changes to the roles. You know, obviously, the whole point of this tournament verdict is we're getting a first look at what some of these new rules are going to be like in action. How are we feeling? Snipers and marksmen separated, shotguns and LMG separated. Are we feeling good about that now?
I definitely am. I feel like when you box in, you know, a player to use a heavy role and they're getting the opportunity to use both shotgun and um, LMG. I mean, it's kind of a little too overpowered, right? I feel like you need to have those separate roles. And we even seen, you know, some of the kilo action yesterday. Did it dominate? No. Is it supposed to? No. It's supposed to serve a purpose, and that's to, you know, keep players true to the game. You know, you got your true snipers who are going to come through. Those are going to always be overpowered. They're always going to be one shot for the most part. That kilo action is going to keep your players honest as well, but it's just not going to be as commanding on a map like or any of these search and destroy maps. I don't know how the wall bang ability is for the kilo. Not good. Okay, so there you go. That's it's balanced gameplay, and that's exactly what you want. I mean, you know how strict, well, you know how strict CDL and all the predecessors from it are. The GAs are ridiculous. We don't want to get
Yeah.
to that point. But we also want to have a little bit more structure. We also want to have a little bit more of a balanced playing field. And I feel like this creates that kind of energy.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the balance, and this is something you kind of alluded to yesterday. I think it might have been today actually on Twitter, Bobby. You talked about what like the nerfs that have been happening to the Tundra over the course of time. And it's like 6 nerfs or something. You're like, why do people still want to use the Tundra? And this sort of role change with the Tundra only being basically one per team, I think will help immensely.
Yeah, no question. It's nice to see the meta moving in a direction where we do get to see more of a variety of guns, and I think especially like for the amount of competitive that we watch in something like CDM, it's definitely nice because when you're watching 4 matches a day for 6 weeks straight, seeing the same gun every single time, especially for years on end, can get very repetitive. So I'm not sure that the Tundra nerf is even necessarily going to result in a different sniper meta, but at least should lend to having some more alternatives thrown in there. Interestingly enough, they decided to buff the Odin as well. Just a very random change. You know, the Odin, very underutilized weapon that we haven't seen at all in the past 2 years. Not a change that I think is going to be like super impactful, but I'm like, you know, it has been nice to see the Switchblade back in the rotation. Maybe if we could see a similar type of change over on the AR side of things might be nice as well.
Yeah, meta changes is always nice to try and keep things as fresh as possible, right? Obviously, we don't want to like try to actually go in there ourselves and change things intentionally if things are working. But I think very often you want to try and keep things fresh, especially in something like COD Mobile, because the thing that people I think very often forget about COD Mobile comparatively to something like mainline COD, which you mentioned Verdict, right, in CDL, is that, you know, CDL has this refresh every single year, right? Every single year you have a brand new game, you have a brand new set of weapons, you have a brand new meta, and of course you have brand new maps. With COD Mobile, you kind of have to go in there and actually manually change those maps, right? It's not an automatic process by any stretch of the imagination. And while we're on that conversation, we can talk about the new maps. I know you guys got a chance to see Arsenal, Hardpoint, Meltdown, Search and Destroy, and I believe Crossroads Control. I think they all might have shown up at least once yesterday. You know, how are we feeling about some of these new maps coming in? I know at the very least you guys casted a Slums Search and Destroy. That thing's back in the rotation. Bobby, I'll start with you here. You know, new maps, are we happy right now? You know, what are our initial thoughts on those new or returning maps coming back?
I'm excited that Takeoff Hardpoint's back. That's one that I'm definitely looking forward to casting more. That was always a fan favorite. It always produces some of the craziest endings. And I think it's a very balanced, just fun to watch map. Arsenal Hardpoint, not my favorite. I think it would be nice if they just removed the doors. I think that would go a long way to improving the flow of the game because it just makes the game a lot more campy. It makes it more predictable. Arsenal Hardpoint in and of itself is not a bad thing. I think the spawns definitely still need some tweaking as well. That was the
100%.
case the last time that it was in the map rotation, and we didn't see any changes. But given the fact that we did see some mid-season changes in a scenario like CDM last season for Control, hopefully means an opportunity for a similar thing to happen as far as the hardpoint goes.
Yeah, I noticed that standoff Control still has some of those spawns where you look at you like looking and watching people spawn in. So yeah, I do hope that we see some of those spawn changes, because that's something that did happen last season, right? A lot of people came out the gate and was just like, yeah, Crossroads Control, it didn't feel very good. Well, not Crossroads. My God, why am I blanking on the map name? Just ignore me. There's a Control map there. It got the spawns change. My mind is absolutely dead right now. But regardless, yeah, spawn changes came through, and I think people kind of felt a lot better about it for sure. So, yeah, Crossfire, that's the one. I don't know why I can think about Crossfire. My brain just completely died. Either way, yeah, so we'll be starting the match soon, guys. Apologies for the delay. I believe we're waiting for players to get in the lobby. Obviously, I actually can't see the lobby compared to Bobby and Verdict. So, do we have an update, guys?
We're 90%. We're 90% full. We're still waiting on one
90%.
player. So, Chad, I
There
mean,
we
if
go.
you're out there telling us to spam the start button, you want to see a 4v5, be my guess. I mean, we totally do it,
Please.
but at this particular point, you know, it's not on us. Go
Yeah.
inbox your best friend, the players that are playing. You know, go message your idol, tell them, hey, get in the lobby, bud.
Yeah, please.
Imagine.
And make sure our streams are on, right? No turning the streams off in Rage or anything like that. Just because you don't have
We'll
the
allow it.
delay on, right? We've got rules. Let's listen
Yeah,
to them,
hopefully we
guys.
have those delays added off the start. I know for people like Vague, this is the first time you've ever played in one of these events, so adding a stream delay is probably not something that you've ever had to do, but we do want to keep things as fair as possible, and especially in the Search and Destroy, not having to delay can impact things pretty significantly. Hopefully we won't have to deal with any of that mid-stream today.
Yes, hopefully not. I think pretty much we've run through everything in regards to the rules changes, so we're still waiting for the match to get underway here. Just a reminder, guys, as to how the bracket has gone so far. I guess we can remind people about that. If you're just joining us, you didn't get a chance to tune in to day number 1. We're about to hop into the upper bracket finals between Team Marshy and Team Vague. Both of those guys got through a couple of matches piece to get to the point at where they are at. They've got top 3 into the prize pool guaranteed. On the bottom side of our bracket, I guess we didn't really get to have much of a conversation here about this one Verdict. Team Cisco and Team Ganef, not only are they in the lower bracket matchup ready to go, they actually got there, both of them, through a lower bracket run, through lower bracket round 2 and 1. So those guys, they've been on the bounce back.
Yeah, they have. I mean, as a matter of fact, I feel like Team Cisco facing off against Team Dazi was a little egregious in round number 1. But I mean, they faced off against them in that lower bracket round 2, and surely enough, they triumphed. So, and it was very, very convincing. I believe it was a 2-0. Not really close in the Search and Destroy. I believe it's 7-4. So maybe it did get close at points. I don't know what the stat line was throughout it, but bouncing through space was no problem. Ganeth and Little B, the same situation. Tyrese, who I also felt was a very strong team, out of the equation. So Ganeth has faced off against some solid squads. Both teams getting redemption in that lower bracket round 2 too as well for their first matchup of the day. So, I mean, if we're looking at God tier runs, that is exactly what you want to see. Of course, it's all going to run through who's going to win this, you know, Marshy and Vague matchup, which is hopefully going to start here momentarily. I'm on Hopium here in 2026. Imagine, Chad.
Imagine we're 25 minutes past the schedule, guys. Come on, guys. We can actually get in the lobby a little bit faster.
Bobby did it. Bobby and I did it 40 minutes yesterday.
Oh no, trust me. We can yap, all right? I'm just ready for people in the chat to start talking about how we're like speaking Japanese or whatever the COD mobile community loves to say about all the talent whenever they start talking for more than 30 seconds. Either way, we'll be yeah, they love us so much. Either way, we'll be in the game very soon here, guys. So again, apologies for the delay. We are very excited to get into this first match. A reminder, if you're just joining us here, this is the Cdbi. We have a $10,000 tournament, and the entire point of this tournament is to give you guys a first look at some of the talent that might be competing or will be competing in CDM starting this very week. And we've got exactly that. So I'm going to ask, obviously, I kind of know where we're going to go here with this conversation anyway, and there are probably going to be players mentioned in this match. But Bobby, is there a player here that's joining CDM this season that we got a chance to look at from day number 1 that you say, yeah, they're the guy that's most impressed me so far?
That's impressed me most so far, I would say probably Low-key, Gibby's one of those players. I think obviously a lot of eyes are going to be on TSM as the third seed coming out of Garena. Gibby has been a absolute monster on Team Vague and a big reason why they've been able to get this far. I think his consistency has been arguably the best on the squad outside maybe a Bees. And I think he has been an absolute beast so far. So no question, he has played a big role in what they've been able to do. I think both Gibby and Thalal have both impressed a lot of people so far in this competition. We do have the 10th player loaded in the lobby as well, chat. So hopefully we're starting soon once these players get readied up. Even though it's taken 25 minutes, I think we're still 15 minutes ahead of schedule compared to where we were yesterday, so we'll take it.
Yeah, we will take it. All right, 10 players in the lobby. That means the game is about to get underway, guys. So what I'll do is I'll stop my Japanese and let these guys get motor mouthing. Bobby, Verdict, you're awesome casters. Take it away for game number 1.
All right, all right. Well, it looks like we are spamming the ready button. Hopefully that means not too much longer. Verdict, heading into this one. Hard point, you feel like you give the edge to either of these teams in particular?
Man, if I'm looking at it on a paper standpoint, I'd have to roll with Vague. I don't think they really even got contested in hard points yesterday. I didn't, really look at the score lines or stat lines, but if I do recall, I mean, it was a solid, 3-game spread from them out of everything. But S&D seems to be, where they're lacking at the hard points seem to be pretty strong, and then it's a toss up in the controls. Obviously, if they've taken victories, they haven't lost the control yet if it's gone the distance. But we're going to looking at this hard point to see how they make these rotations early on and see how they pan out. I have them favored as of right now, but Marshy could come through and do some impossible things for me.
They do call them Marshy things for a reason. Just waiting on our final player to ready up. It's Kings. And it's going to be Arsenal hardpoint to get things started for today. You guys can complain as much as you want. There is nothing that we can do to force the players to start. So unless you want us to sit here in silence, we are going to continue talking until the game begins. Once again, it's hopefully only going to be a matter of seconds. Kings is ready up. Spam the button, spam the button, spam the button.
There we go. Let's get it, baby. Game 1, day 2, upper bracket finals. Winner moves on to the grand finals. We've got Team Vague. We've got Team Marshy entering the ring, a heavyweight bout. Let's see who's going to be standing out on top after this Arsenal hardpoint. We're going to follow it up with a solid firing range, search and destroy. If it goes the distance, a standoff control. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, game number 1.
All right. See what they're bringing to the table right here. He's maybe a little bit slow off the start, but he gets into things immediately. Taken down 2 on the backside. Trying to play through the smoke. It's really only Marshy able to find the opening kills right there, and he's going to drop as well. So that should be hardpoint control for Team Vague, but they don't manage to get anybody on. Vague hops on for a second. Traded out, and even with those opening kills going their way, not a whole lot of value to be found. We do see Team Marshy continue to move upward as Revel finds a big 2-piece off the nade.
Yeah, that's massive. That's going to open up floodgates here onto this P1 objective. Things have gotten spicy in the lab. Another nade coming through. Flirt just absolutely running through him at the moment. 6 on board for the Mans on a 3 combo. And everyone's tucking their tails head for the hill. I said Team Vague was going to have the advantage. Might have cursed them off the rip. They're getting skunked. 13-4 and counts into 1. Finally, a little bit of scrap time. Nah, it's not going to be collected. It's Flirt all over the map, Bobby, giving them the business.
Yeah, no question about it. He is, he's been a demon already on the Tempest. He's hopping up, looking for more. Gibby is going to be there to shut him down. An uncharacteristically slow start for Team Vague to get things started right here. And they're not going to have those strong side spawns either, so it makes it that much more difficult for them to get back into things. And once again, across the board, consistency has been so good for Team Marshy. Nobody missing a beat off the start of this one, and nobody really finding any footing to get things started here for Team Vague, who were able to pretty much walk through seamlessly through all their matches yesterday.
Yep. struggling. They did get a little bit of a god tier spawn on the back line, but I believe it was Cosmo. Let me tell you, he got beamed as soon as he touched the floor. It's tough. Spawns can be wonky at times. Only 13 seconds left to go. You got to stop thinking about old and start heading to new. We all know about the rotations here. P3 is all the way on the opposite side of the map, and those transitions are going to be crazy, especially when you've got Revel and crew already there chopping you in half. The transitional kills are on point, Bobby. The early rotation looks like it might be saddled up, but it's on Revel to get these first few kills. He does able to get one. It's not going to be enough. Feed's going to light up slightly yellow, but it's back to blue again. And Bobby, Marshy's squad is giving them everything they got here early on.
Yeah, just absolutely relentless winning this rotation as well. We talked about Vague's presence yesterday being a big reason they were able to do what they did, but only 2 kills off the start for him. And we've already got multiple people in double digits for Team Marshy. Just such a difference in the level of play right now. Flirt is going to get shut down off the Tempest right there. So at least something for them to take home out of this one, but Wing's going to reinforce. That's Cravings. He's able to find the kills right there and continues to pick up the hard point time. Vague slides through. He's going to get shut down as well. The reign of dominance for Team Vague looking very much in jeopardy with how one-sided this one is off the start.
Yeah, and you can't even blame him, dude. This is just Marshy's crew running the tables with timing there for the operators, even down to the early rotations being made and spoiled. Absolutely a masterclass. We got a 100-point advantage rolling into this P4 setup. And, well, it does look like the side of Vague are going to be able to come back and strike with a little bit of force. Here comes some operators out of Cosmos, able to throw a shoulder find. One is going to get shut down immediately as well. We've got everything dumping out. Jibby going to be able to pop the Sentry, the Death Machine, and surely enough is going to be able to find a 2-piece off of it. He is going to get shut down. The contestant is going to come through, and while Marshy is going to be dealt with, they are going to be absolutely fulfilled by Flirt, who again is just doing everything for this squad. He's got 80 seconds plus on the objective, as well as 20 kills already in the feed for his team. Him and Kings combining for 37 off the rip here through the first set of rotations.
Kings with 18 himself to get things started once again. Anytime you got one of these players from NA that's doing it on what we would presume to be at least EU, if not India servers, makes it that much more impressive. And just abusing these headies, really just setting up for the rotation right here. Obviously the priority is not trying to get hardpoint time, but slowing down that push toward new. He does a good job of doing it. We do have Team Vague for the first time chipping away at that lead, bringing it back to 90. Not really that much more manageable, but at least more than they had seen in previous hardpoints. With that being said, instantly broken off rotation right here. Talal with the War Machine trying to do what he can to find an opening for his squad, and with Vague holding down the front side, they at least clear the hard point, but you gotta start getting some time. Vague able to find one. Sakuna make that a bees, finds another, and finally an opportunity, but Vague just seemingly allergic to the hard point right now. He's finally gonna hop on.
Oh, it's Flirt, man. This dude is just unbelievable. He's inside the objective. He's all over your team. The Law and crew trying to make their way back into it, finding some outskirts kills, but you got players like Flirt who are just running rampant inside the objective. There is nothing you can do. 26 and 92 seconds to go along with those kills is freakish. First set of hills through, 153, making 155 to 53. Literally keeping that 100-point gap in their pockets. We'll see Marshy and crew with a clear advantage. Off the rip, it is going to be Vague on this objective here now. As Mixie as P1 gets, this could be some good time if they're able to maintain map control here.
And if you're Team Vague, you just can't really afford to continue to go 30 to 30 or even 40 to 20. You need some big chunks. You need a full 60 at some point. See if they can stack some of these operators and maybe have a chance at pulling a big chunk of this away, but that's one operator shut down already. Vague taken off of his equalizers, and you need those to find more value if you're gonna have a chance at punching a hole in what is a dominant lead that we've seen for him already for Team Marshy. Flirt gonna find a couple more off the Tempest right there. Streaks have been earned. Pred and Hunter Killer ready to go. Kings continues to fry as well. 27 kills on the board for him. Those two players, Flirt and Kings, have absolutely been the difference so far in this one. Excited to Marshy as well, even though he's not picking up a ton of kills. 2 minutes in the hard point already.
2 minutes in the hard point already. 100-point gap still seemingly there. Team Marshy here onto the objective for the rotation early on. Backside spawn's now going to be coming through for Thalal. Could get Mixie. Only one player on the objective to deal with. It's Marshy. We know he is seemingly hard to kill as well. Flirt doing everything as well as he has found himself onto the objective 2. Going to be able to pin himself on the outskirts. Now it's all up to Cosmos. Pops the claw, finds one, gets instantly dropped. Not a lot of value out of the operators. And on the flip side of things, massive operator value pretty much every time they pop. Last 30 seconds here for this second objective. And it looks like the side of Team Vega are finally going to be able to get a break with a sea of yellow kills coming into the feed. Contest going to come through for Kings. He's finally going to be dealt with. Cosmos and crew finally going to be able to take advantage of some of this time.
Some good damage by Kings to be able to hop down and find kills. Flirt is flirting with, at the pace he's going, maybe a 60 bomb right now. 41 on the board. He and Kings miles ahead of the rest of the competition as they have been cooking left and right. King's not going to be able to get any kills off the pred, but gets information to set up. And it looks like they'll at least have one player through the back lines. That is going to be Rebel. He's shut down right there. Abiz finally going to be first on rotation to one of these hard points. And this, you got to think, is probably the last opportunity for them to flip things out. And Flirt says not today. Tempest gets through right there, but runs out at the worst time possible. Fortunately for him, Marshy's there, reinforcing with the death machine. You gotta think that's probably the beginning of the end for Team Vig here on map number 1, with this still being a 110-point gap.
Yeah, and the next 2 hills from here on out are just going to be an uphill battle. Even if you do manage to get the early rotations, they can get spoiled rather quickly. P3 is where you needed to make this comeback happen. Last 15 seconds, I mean, take it if you can get it. Still a contest going to come through for Rebel, who's going to get shut down. So finally, a little bit of time. When I say a little bit, it's literally seconds. Before rotation is now being made, we're heading over to the new kid, baby. This is where it could end, but I said it's pretty mixy, and it gets pretty mixy. Off the rip, it's a sea of blue in the keel feed. Rebel now going to be able to pop the equalizers. Is going to be able to shut down as well. Flirt's got equalizers. No, it's just not the operator. It's just a gunny. Man, that guy's a monster. Massive feed there for Rebel to go along with it. And ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of the end is here. Marshy and crew running all the way through Vague. Not a retaliation, not a response, not even a word back edgewise. This has been a dominant game 1.
I think Kings just got an EMP without a gun kill. I'm pretty sure straight up Sparrow killed his way into an EMP. He's got 45, Flirt with 51. And once again, those 2 players are absolutely the difference in this one. The slaying power, both of them going nearly double positive. And Flirt on top of it, 172 seconds in the hard point. That's almost 3 minutes. Seamless dominance all the way through. Team Marshy gonna take map number 1, and Vague leaving the lobby early. He was not happy with that performance.
Oh man, he said, verdict, don't gas me up, I like running on E. The moment I praise him, and then that's what he puts up. I know I saw chat come through, and I know I'm not supposed to read chat in between games, but it says Vague Zone 120 ms. You know what? I'm pretty sure if that's the case, then Kings has got to be on 140. That's just that's just how it's got to be. I mean, he's got that Canadian internet. That internet is quick up there, and he is, I mean, surely beaming from there versus I believe Kings is in Atlanta. So I don't know, man. Game 1 was a blender. Flirt 52 and 26, Bobby. Holy hell.
Yeah, I mean, that's just insane numbers. To do that while having the most hardpoint time on your entire squad as well, this is definitely one of the guys to watch in the upcoming CDM. I think, obviously, and rightfully so, godlike players have gotten by far the most publicity, as they have been the only ones that have really contended on an international level as far as Indian talent in the past couple of years. But man, oh man, this guy is absolutely, you got to think, going to make some noise. And once again, the difference, it doesn't even feel like was necessarily the captain's. Obviously, Vague, not a great performance, but it felt like the rest of his teammates were pulling a lot more weight yesterday, and maybe not quite enough of a warm-up for his squad in map number 1. We'll see maybe if the extra gunnies, the extra reps right there, maybe give them a little bit more of an ease into map number 2 when we're getting ready to head into firing range.
All right. Map number 2, firing range, right around the corner. If it's anything like the Arsenal, ladies and gentlemen, this one's going to be a speed run, a little bit of a DoorDash challenge. Vague. This is where you made your gold at yesterday. You're not only consistent in the hard points, but you fared well in the search and destroys. You did great getting first bloods. You didn't necessarily play your life to the fullest, but when you're getting 1-2 off the rip and you're guaranteed to get those, that's solid. Now Feline's Limon is not on the opposite side of the screen, so there's not an answer for you today, right? There's nobody there to check you unless you're checked yourself, because you checked out of that hard point after having an abysmal performance. You got to bounce back here in the search.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Search and destroy. I'm trying to think. Yesterday, I feel like was once again a very consistent mode for Team Vague. I think Talal's sniping presence certainly played a big role. And I'm not sure. I can't even remember who's the main sniper for Team Marshy.
I believe they gave it to Thalal. I think that is who.
No, for Team Marshy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Wings was sniping. Didn't do a phenomenal job, but he was. That's Cravings, right?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't do a phenomenal job, but again, didn't see him play on firing range, which is a true testament to see what some of these snipers can do, in my opinion.
All right. Well, we're already into the action for map number 2, trying to keep things rolling for you guys as quickly as we can. We're ready to hop into it right here. We'll see if we got any changes on that end. Wings once again with the sniper in hand. And you would imagine same for the Lol. Shots through the wall, not going to connect right there. And as expected, firing range search going to start off nice and slow. And as I say that, Marshy finds 3! Oh, absolutely running through wood uninhibited.
Yeah, finds 3 for free. Flirt. Oh, man.
What?
Oh, my! Thalal! Whoa! Okay. Brings it back. 2 for 1. As Wings now in a position to clutch. 40 seconds on the clock. Bomb's going to be collected. Thalal hasn't cleared out this long sight, and this is a lot of space that he's been able to gather. Chibi's going to be able to shut him down, but man, I could see the vision there. The 1v2 was in his grasp, Bobby.
That was a little bit dicey. Marshy doing a great job of opening things up. Off the opening round, I don't anticipate he's going to be afforded that opportunity 2 times in a row. Nades over top as they're actually just going to 5-man hit on through to A. Talal looking for first blood, nothing being afforded to him. No mid-map presence and no jungle presence right now, but we got one person creeping up. Who else but Marshy? The beauty of a spot, but Cosmo slides the corner, finds the kill right there, and they get trailer control as well. That bomb going down. This is going to be a tough retake, and obviously the pressure on the sniper to find first blood right here. We'll see what Wings can do. No angles to work with. A B shuts down one, and oh my god, he's absolutely pacing him.
All right. Great call up in the middle of the map. Marshy trying to play his Marshy does crazy things. We've seen it in round number 1. Call out there from the Law, and right in the middle of the map there. He was pinned all the way back in the restrooms, and surely enough had a pivotal spot. Calls it out. They collect instantly. Another A-side hit as we buckle up for a trailer side. Marshy v Vague. Vague went in the opener. They're looking for blood early on. They find it. A-side not quite free just yet. Still have one player on towards the cans. That's going to be Rebel throwing shoulders. Let's see if he can find anything off of it, as the bomb looks like it might be going down.
Kings looking for the wall bang with the Type 63. Not able to connect right there. Once again, you got 3 players basically trapped on the inside of trailer right here, but Abiz is able to get the bomb down. They slide off, and he stays alive, which is absolutely massive. Rebel, bit of an ego chow right there. Comes out on top, but Vague's there for the trade. He's able to find a 2-piece and feeling a little bit better here in the search and destroy as his team goes up 3-0 off the start.
That's all Vade needed. He just needed the reset. He just needed to put that that map 1 behind him. Don't really need to look at it from here on out. It's just all you, buddy. And you can see it's made a massive impact. He's got 4 on board. Helps when a Bees is doing crazy things too. 5 for the man himself. Marcy been quiet ever since round 1. Is going to be instantly silenced, but it's 2 for 1. It's Flirt. Flirt!
Oh my.
Able to find a 3-piece. And it's all down to Thalal and a Bees in a 2v4. Bomb is in a Bees' hand, and they are on this B side. Let's see if they can capitalize, Bobby.
Flirt's looking for the ace right here. He has no idea that a Bees has lurked all the way up through mid. That brings it into a 2v3. It looks like they're going to walk all the way back up right here. 2 players looking to push through A. And it's Cravings who seems to have an idea of what the game plan is going to be here, especially with no full commit on the plant. All on the timing right here. As a Bees walks all the way up mid, and he should have the timing. There it is. Big kill right there. Leaves Thalal all alone. It's going to be 1v3.
Yeah, that's going to be a call out too. Bombs here in the middle of the map, guys. You don't have to engage. You can disengage, but if you've got a sight, take it. Surely enough, if we get an in, she's going to take a mile. Thalal going around the corner. Not going to spot the player there. In a little bit of a cruddy spot. 3-1 still. Commanding lead there for the side of Team Vague, but a little bit of a hiccup nonetheless. Flirt causing devastation with an early 3-piece. Finally, a round goes in favor of Team Marshy.
Once again, slow start right here. Looking for info across mid. Nobody able to find anything as of yet. Obviously, Thalal, that big 3-piece in round number 1, has not been able to convert anything since then, but B is doing a lot of the damage with that Type 63 in hand, and he's able to do it yet again. Takes down Flirt, who's been a menace for Team Marshy so far. Thalal finds another. Rebel's the only point of contact right here, but great angle for him. He's able to take down the bomb planter. Vague doesn't even realize he ran right past him. The trades do go through. And it leaves it all down to Kings, but a little bit of a dicey scenario right there.
Yeah, Vague not checking the corners as he makes that cut all the way through. That's a crazy rotation. Nonetheless, is able to get the trade, so damage is mitigated. Down to a 1v3. Vague's toe is going to be tapped. Make it 1v2. Cdbi and Cosmos on the site looking for the crossfire as they got the setup. It's a perfect pivotal spot. And with 27 seconds on the clock, Kings has got to make a move. We'll see who's going to be the first contact now as King's going to try to spear his way back into this. The Type 63 in his hand's crazy. Shoulder's going to be thrown. Double peak, Cosmos and crew going to be able to collect, and that's going to be yet again another round back in favor of the squad of Team Vague.
Well played there. Just banking on playing off audio cues. Kings didn't have much of an opportunity to win that gunfight if he doesn't slide peek it, so that information given away makes it easy to pick up the kill, and Team Marshy looking like they might mail it in on this one. Just not really having the momentum, and once again, a punch in the mouth to get things started. Cdbi finds one. They do have a Bees taken down right here and brings it into a 2v3 as Cdbi finds his second for the round. He is not getting a whole lot of help right now. They know exactly where he is. Revel hunts him down. And Team Marshy doing a good job of making this much more manageable heading into the half at 2-4.
Yep. Can't call it just yet, Bobby. You got a full send. This is a moment to close it out in a 2-0 fashion. This one's not chalk just yet. 4-2 as we split and flip. Yet again, we see a slow start here, and that's assumed. First round, now we're buckling up. Here comes the hit. It's on the A site. Long is the call. 2 players in the trailer to defend, and you got Thalal, who's going to be holding the back line. Cdbi going to be spotted inside the trailer? No, he's not. Going to be able to find one, but Wings is able to find one in retaliation.
Cdbi's kind of trapped right here. Marshy throwing shots through that front door. They want an opportunity to make an exit out the backside, but Revel's waiting just below the stairs. Vague slides the corner, doesn't cook the nade at all, so Revel's able to get out alive, and they remain trapped. It's really onto a Bees to try to alleviate this pressure, and Vague just kind of throws his life away right there. Cdbi finds another, make it 2, and now he's up to 9. Can't make it 3, though. Leaves Cosmo in a 1v1 versus Wings. With the sniper in hand, bomb in hand, it's really on to him to make the play right here. Wings trying to figure out if anybody's looking to make the push. Cosmo slow playing it. It looks like he's going to get red.
Yikes.
Indeed, he does. Big time clutch out of Wings to bring this back to within 1.
Ooh, buddy, talking about good timing there. Cosmo's going to get caught lacking on that A-long sight, trying to creep up and pays the price. Great collapse there from the boys in blue. Martian squad still alive. Rebel trades out Vague, finding first blood yet again. And looks like we're going to see another drop as B's able to find one in the feed. Kings as well. So all-out war here on towards this A side. The Law be in the back line there in Armory. Gets the call out. Spots 2. Gets 1. Rebels down. Bomb carrier is out of the equation.
And if Team Vague wants to stop the bleeding, Talal's got to keep finding picks like that. He had 3 in that opening round, only 2 in the rounds following. And he's going to get spotted out across mid. Wings now with an opportunity to 1v3. They're going to know his position off this, and I don't think that he's read a B's tucked into that corner. Big issue is the bomb's down right now, and unfortunately, Cdbi kind of back and forth to avoid the wall bang right there. Going to make it that much more difficult to retrieve. Is praying for an opportunity. They nearly line up right there, but fortunately for Team Vague, it won't happen. They extend the lead back out to 5-3.
Yep. Of course, where are they going to be at? Everywhere that you just shot and missed. That was perfect there out of Cdbi. Good positioning, not anticipating anything to be in that spot. And Wings going to fall victim to the 1v2. And Vague and crew inching way that much closer to a game number 3. Could very well do it here. 5-3 is the score line. Only need 2 to close this one out. Wings looking for the first blood. Finds it. It's money starting to get hot, Bobby. This could be a problem. Let's see if the side of Team Vague can extinguish it before it gets out of hand.
Yep. With a player down, that opens up a lot more opportunities. Bomb is still over on Wood side as they're waiting for an overextension out of Jungle. Looks like a move that won't come. They have to commit at some point or another right here, and I think there's enough util to full commit on A. Big gunfight happening across mid, and that's going to be Cdbi taken down, and they get aggressive off the back of it, but Kings is there to shut things down. That leaves Talal now in a 1v4. One player hops across, not able to connect. With that information given away, that should be the round. Concussion hits right there, but no timing to get 2 off of it. Does take down Marshy, but with the bomb down, 1v3, they know exactly where he is. He's got to be perfect.
Yep, 35 on the clock. Got to move. Get shut down. Kings is really starting to light it up there with that type. And it's not giving Thalal the opportunity to even find anything outside of the stun player in the 1v4. And we've got ourselves a solid one indeed. Firing range starting to progress into a grueling one for both teams. Marshy's able to cover that gap now. Things getting interesting. Things getting heated up. First blood comes through. It's going to be Marshy shut down yet again in the middle of the map. Oh, he actually found his way all the way to the backside of Wood. Jesus Christ, I thought he was going to just be in the front side of Wood. Holy hell.
Kings trying to see if there's anybody else pushed up right there. No info to be found. Once again, Team Marshy doing a good job of making sure that this one doesn't get completely out of hand. Would love to have this, but with Marshy out of the equation, substantially hampers your push. Right now, Flirt all alone with 2 players over on this B side. I don't know if they're going to look to maybe bait out a push or something else, but with this spread, only 30 seconds, you got to make a move. Flirt. I think Vague may have actually seen the shoulder over top right there. Nade goes out. Cosmo's on the inside, but he gets absolutely beamed. This could be the opening that they're looking for, but you've got to move. They've already committed over on the A side. The nade is not going to connect on the planter, but Vague is there. Patience pays off, but his teammates drop. It's on to Vague and Talal, and it's now a 2v3. That 5v4 falls apart in a matter of seconds, and now on to Talal. Nobody throwing any shoulders. He's the one that's got to initiate. I just don't think there's enough time.
No, I think you're right, Bobby. 1v3 is, I mean, impossible at times. King's going to get smoked. He's one. They're going to try to collect. Here comes the push out of trailer. That should be it. Flip over towards the switch, and it's absolutely instrumental. What you could say there in that instance on the backside, Flirt hops out of the window, and Vague tries to bake the nade out and throws it in the window. 200 IQ out of Flirt. Hadn't really been a threat here in the Search and Destroy besides the first one. Big opener there for Cravings. And we've got ourselves a little bit of a lead swap if this round is successful. First blood comes through. Vague's going to be dealt with. And all of a sudden, it's down to 2. Yikes, Bobby.
Bomb goes down. Big kill for Abiz. He's actually managed to pick up a sniper right there. Said, you're not going to find the sniper kills. I'll do it myself. He slides on through. One with the Type 63 as well. And on to Kings in the 1v2 right here. Will he have the angle on the diffuser? He does, but he just full commits. And Abiz is going to be there to make him pay. 13 kills on the board. Representing Godlike. Trying to give his team a chance at going to map number 3 right here. Leading the way for Team Vague. We'll see what they can do, whether they can shut it down or if we're going to OT.
Man, we'll find out in a matter of moments. That round crumbling on the backs of Abiz, popping off 13 kills to his name, has been an absolute dominant force to kind of answer back to Kings, who's also rocking that Type 63. Back and forth we've gone. And in this one, it's a advantage yet again back in the hands of Team Vague. We haven't seen a lead go through for Team Marshy as of yet. And, well, we won't see it off this round. We'll see OT at the very least. First blood. Yeah, again, it's Wings, Cravings. If we catch his perspective for the first 30 seconds of every map, I guarantee you we're going to spot kills.
He talked coming into this about how he didn't really have any dominant sniper performances yesterday, but he has certainly come through big time for this squad. Give them a chance in a game that kind of looked out of reach at one point. Down 4-1, and he spots out Cosmo across mid. Vague's going to get spotted as well. Now into a 2v4. Abiz with that Type 63, and he gets obliterated by Kings, who reads it to perfection. Who else but Cravings to pick up that final kill, and we're headed to OT.
Oh, man, how poetic would this be? We hadn't seen a lead yet for Marshy. He scratches his way into an overtime position. Would this be where we see it go for the very first time? Vague, you got to be scratching your head at this moment. We'll see if their squad can reel it back in and find their way into a Game 3 position. Wings, First Blood, not yet come through just as of yet, but Bomb Carrier still backside of the spawn. Everything's playing as slowly as you would expect here in a Search and Destroy on firing range. Nothing connecting as of the time being. And, well, with that being said, there's no motion towards site. It's a 2-2-1 split. 1 on A. Oh, man, the law. Slide peeks right on the sandbags, gets a little bit of a millimeter, and is able to dust Cravings for the First Blood.
And that's absolutely colossal with the damage Cravings has been able to do, but also with the fact that the LoL has not really found a whole lot in the later portions of this game. Up to 7 kills now. Cosmo's going to be able to do some damage as he takes trailer control right here, but the bomb's gone down. One player on the lurk. Revel looking for somebody through bathrooms. He spots out the wall, but doesn't have an angle to work with. Now he's going to be forced to push right here and doesn't have the AR in hand. He's going to get taken down as a result. Now King's left in a 1v4. Misses that opening shot. That should mean the end of the round, and it does, as Team Vague retakes the lead with an opportunity to close things out once again.
Opportunity, keyword. Will Vague and crew be able to take this one by the horns? Take us Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. This could be it. Marshy on the last leg here in the Search and Destroy. This has been one for the ages for sure. Some shots have been fired. Some shots have been hit. Some rounds Going back and forth led us to this point. Up ultimately, the law going to be shut down, and Craving says, "Verdict, hold my cup. We want more OT."
Once again, it just feels like whoever wins the sniper battle has such a good chance of securing the round as well. They know that that's a softened up A side. The sniper, I don't think, has been retrieved either, so now they've got to sit back. A B's, a little bit of an ego chow right there. Fortunately for them, Wings is going to miss both of those shots. And
what?
Somehow, a B's is able to take down Wings. Colossal kill right there. He's going to try to take down Marshy, and he does. All on to Kings. And they close out the round without losing a single player. Team Vague finds a way to force map 3 on the back of an absolute masterclass from Abiz.
I said he was the answer to Kings and Buddy. He said, don't compare me. There's no comparison. My guy, Big, shuts down Cravings, who finds first blood. And I was watching his point of view, Bobby. I mean, the timings must not have been there, because some of those shots looked like they were on point, and it just didn't happen to come through. A Beast dropping 19, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly here to play ball. And we've got a game set on for game 3 coming up, Bobby. Jibby right there, 15-7. On the flip side of things, Kings, like I said, he started strong early on, started to simmer down a little bit, and Cravings, who started to heat up towards the end, timings just weren't right for them to get in the driver's seat here in the search.
Yeah, we didn't talk a ton about Jibby, but dropping a 2 KD in a very close match right there, he was absolutely one of the big factors for them, and just a lot of mid-round kills. That's what you expect your SMGs to do, is to try to handle that map control, to try to maintain site control, and he did a phenomenal job of that, so credit to him as well. I think for Team Marshy, it obviously had Flirt with a masterclass on map number 1. Not quite that same impact going into map 2, 6-11. Not quite enough contribution from him, and they come up short. And now we get ready to head into map number 3. It is going to be Control, where you're going to be heading to Standoff.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, and you mentioned Flirt not really being a factor. They put him on an island pretty much every round. He was, jungle hut guy. He was backside B guy. There wasn't a lot of motion in that angle, and if he was there, surely he's not going to be able to win a 1 with a gun that's firing so slowly as the PKM, and when you're getting pushed by Vague and another SMG. So, yeah, when you're getting isolated like that and you're kept down to 6-11 stat line, of course, the search and destroy score is going to be similar to that. So, you mentioned it, game 3 coming up. Control Standoff is going to be the decision maker, and what's standing between both of these teams, who's going to come out on top, will be moving on to the grand finals, where they're guaranteed at least a top 2 spot. But I mean, if you're already there, let's go ahead and go for that lion's share, that 4K, baby, in 4K.
Yeah, this would be huge. Securing one of those top spots. Definitely what everybody's looking for right here. Obviously, both of these two. My math was wrong yesterday. Securing a spot in the winners finals does secure top 3, because even if you lose, you go down to lower finals. So both of these teams going to be taking home a little bit more prize pool regardless, but definitely want to have the best chance at that lion's share. We'll see who's going to take it. So we got all of our players ready up and good to go, heading in to map number 3.
That's what it comes down to. Game 3. Life's on the line for a grand finals opportunity, or a chance at a lower bracket run, where 2 teams have already made god tier lower bracket runs. They have been flawless through their 2 matches. They'll be squaring off here after this matchup shortly. Pivot on towards the objective. It's going to be Vague on the defense, and Buddy, he is getting aggressive. 3 in the feed there, lining it up in blue. And while he's already looking for the spawn trap, he's going to have Jibby there to collect. No? Okay. Flirt's going to be dealt with. Vague and crew now starting to steamroll.
Popping up right here, looking to keep the streak going. A couple players lurking behind, but doesn't quite read Kings hopping through that top window, so alleviates some of the pressure right here. Kings, once again, just trying to control the mid-map right there, but Talal there to shut him down. Nice start for him with a 3 spree, and once again, starting to collapse toward that spawn area. Wings should get caught out right there, and he does. King's there for the trade, but once again, that life lead continues to build as Team Vague back in the driver's seat, and this time around being led by their captain.
Oh, yeah, man, and when he is hot, he is hard to drop. 7 kills on board. Plenty of damage to be had all around. It's gotten a lot of assists, too, as well. Flirt going to be able to find a little bit of a seam. They've got a little traction here on towards the B side. A little harder to capture if you don't have the map control. And, well, they've got P4 site locked in. This could be a massive one, but he's literally the only one here as everyone else on the backside has fallen. Spawn protection there for Jibby is going to save him. Force is going to be dealt with. Flirt's going to be sent back to the spawn. That's going to be the last 5 standing on the right-hand side of her screen. Offense just not having it off the rip.
Within 3 lives, it looks slightly winnable for a second right there, but just no time to work with right now. Vague's going to take down the last player on the objective. 11 kills for him off the start. Though he had some frustrations in map 1 with the ping disparity, but certainly has not been an issue for him heading into map 2 right here. Just dominant through and through. He's looking to continue that as he pops equals right here, trying to see what type of damage he can do. Make it 2.
Yeah. Oh, this was his problem yesterday, just not playing the objective. Obviously, you've got an equalizer. You want to get a little bit of map control. Does get 2, but is done instantly. Could have maybe found a little bit more value tucking away inside of Granny's. Nonetheless, does have the Predator. Doesn't find anything off of it. Life count still a little bit of a lead going in favor of the defense. And, well, that's what we kind of expect here in this matchup, as Jibby's going to be able to light up B2. Vague and crew, back to the spawn they go. It's just going to be Vague all on his lonesome on the objective. He said, I can get it done by myself. Marshy! Just get out, buddy. Just get out with your life. Well, never mind. He takes a gunfight, takes a wall bang, gets the kill, and dead in the water is this push here for the offenses. Neither team has really found success outside of the kills.
Temp is going to pop for Flirt right here. He's able to get 3 immediately off of it. Find some breathing room for the defense, and he's just full sending up the middle of the map right now, pretty much untouched. Vague with a little bit of spawn protection to allow him to get out, and those smokes will provide cover. But oh my god, he gets absolutely turned on right there, and Flirt continues to fly through the map. It's finally going to be a Bees there to shut him down. Only 2 lives between the two, and once again, pressure on the offense to get this clock stopped.
Oh, Jibby, he's running through and mowing him down. Finally, he's going to be dealt with. We've got 8v8. Time's getting stopped now. 21 seconds. First tick of progress is going to be collected. You've got... Oh, I don't know how he passes there, but feels bad. Got him in a corner. Revel and crew now trying to reel it back in here for the defense. Wings up top there with the sniper. You've got great map control. Time's now going to be of the essence. 18 seconds with a 4v4 at hand. Big claw being popped there from Cosmos. Going to push the sniper back, but somebody's got to find the shots there on Marshy to collect. And, well, he's just going to be on the outskirts. Vague and Cosmos down to a 2v4.
Oh, Marshy, Death Machine won't find him the kill. King's going to pop Annie right here. Wings finds 1 onto Vague as well. That leaves Cosmo all alone in a 1v3, and maybe not a necessary Annie pop, but you absolutely needed to win that round right there, and they pull it through. Ties things up at 1 round apiece. Once again, the map looking very, very defensive-sided so far in this one. Vague, Jibby, Abees, all 14-plus kills apiece. And over on the flip side, it's just the Flirt show once again.
Yeah, it is. Respawns is the name of his game. Craven's going to be able to pop. War Machine only good for 1. Damage mitigated. Vague, yet again, pouncing in your spawn. Someone's got to deal with him. On the flip side of things, you got to kill your opponents in order to spawn trap him. Finally, we see 1 come through. He's going to be able to take advantage of Marshy, but at what cost? The Law going to be able to get in the feed as well. Life's now starting to dwindle on the left-hand side. The defense is crumbling, Bobby. And they're able to take a lot of map control, too, as B is being finally saddled down. But a tick of progress has been collected.
I mean, Marshy doing everything he can to keep his team in this one. Just doing damage in that back alley area, but still only brings it back to within, what, 5 lives right here. You got to find more contributions from the rest of the squad. See if they can bring anything to the table, and a big shot out of Wings. Clear that back alley area. Cosmo's going to be able to find one off the trade. The round's still not over. Only 4 lives between the two, but once again, offensive teams got to stop the clock right here. Vague trying to prevent that. Equal's going to pop on the inside of Deli, and he's there to shut down Flirt.
Yeah, this is where they're spawning at, too. This could be devastating. They're going to try to collapse on him. Vague gets 2, gets out with his life. He's in blue. He's in your spawn. Hello. Nade shot out. Okay, Wings finally going to be able to piece him up. But the damage is done. 5v8 now is the last stand here for the defense. Big 2-piece from Jibby making 3. We're even up 5v4.
I'm not really sure what Team Marshy's doing. Nobody making attempt to stop the clock, and they just kind of waste out the rest of it. 4 lives to 5 without any real attempt at prolonging the game. So they hand that one back over to Team Vague, and I mean, once again, Flirt just putting on a masterclass. 29-16 right here, leading by a mile. Once again, Marshy, a little bit of ping disadvantage. Yeah, you got to give him a little bit of credit for what he's trying to play through right here, but he'd have some bigger impact. On the flip side, Cosmo, probably the worst map we've seen out of him yet. Definitely hasn't been a big factor in control for this squad, but definitely got to get those numbers up to be able to close this one out comfortably. Vague getting through all the way to the opposing spawn right here and not quite able to get any kills out of it.
Yeah, it was forced out. That Predator was about to come down and certainly would have rained devastation on the objective. Jibby reeling it back in there. Has a death machine. Is mowing him down and spawn yet again. Finally, he's going to get shut down, but progress being made here on the B site. The Law's got a War Machine and one more shot to go. War Machine objective kill comes through. Second tick all by himself. Does have a sniper at hand too, and we've got a little bit of panic now setting in. 20v16 is the life count, but more importantly, we got B captured almost instantly off of a full wipe. In 2 minutes on the clock, there's plenty of time to play.
I mean, Flirt's cooking so hard that he's shooting at his teammates right now. EMP system throwing a little bit of confusion in right there. Right now, it's getting dicey. Kings, Annie needs to find something. Down 4 lives. Need to stop the captures here as well. Looking to spawn trap a little bit as he slips all the way through. This could be huge if he finds some more value, and he does. Shuts down Talal, trying to get one more on the inside of spawn. Shot doesn't connect, and Jimmy finds the kill right here. Cosmo with an opportunity to close things out, but he doesn't find any value. The claw shut down right there. Kings, Fred finds one. Marshy, Death Machine, dead. Vague shuts him down, and they've now got a 3-life lead.
3-life lead. 1:18, plenty of time, no need to rush. Flirt finding the first blood there in this one. 1 tick of progress captured as of right now. We're down to 3. JB able to shut down. Here comes the claw, or the equalizer out of Vague. And this might do it, chat. The reverse sweeps in. Vague's gonna get the job done in a 3-1 fashion. Booking their tickets to the show, ladies and gentlemen. A grand finals debut there. Team Vague, first team to make it through.
Infinity, I'd say we drafted a pretty good team.
Yeah, you know what, mate? I think we might have done. I don't know. Vague was like, oh, yeah, is this team, it's not that good, is it? I can't believe this team's been drafted for me. Nonsense. Rubbish. Absolute calamity. Because Vague has an insanely good team. Well, I guess the hard point, maybe not so much. Maybe there is like a negative.
I think they were just waking up. I think they were waking up.
Yeah.
That hard point was not great, but I mean, on the whole, what a phenomenal team that Vague has on his side. Obviously, I think we can keep on talking and waxing lyrical about Kalal. I think he's just such an incredible player, especially with the sniper rifle. But I think just on the whole, the fact that you've got 2 players like Vague and a Beast on the same team, Bobby, always helps.
Yeah, no question about it. It just elite talent. You throw Jibby into the equation. I mean, he's been consistent across the board. He had a 2 KD in the search and destroy. He had a 2 KD here in the control, or above a 2 KD. And once again, off map for Cosmo, but didn't even matter. Didn't even go to round number 5. They were able to handle business right there. And Vague with a little mental regain after a questionable map number 1. They're certainly feeling confident heading into these grand finals. Great fight out of Team Marshy. Once again, NA players having a tough time keeping up on that map specifically. as Marshy goes 9-24 right there. And they're going to look to regain as they will face off against the winner from our lower bracket. Next matchup is going to be Team Cisco versus Team Ganeth.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a great matchup. I'm really looking forward to that one. Obviously, we mentioned already about how these guys have got through the lower bracket. They've both of them started in lower bracket round number 1. They've won a couple of matches back to back and have gotten to this point in lower bracket semi-finals. So, yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I don't think either of these two teams are going to be a rollover whatsoever. I do want to talk about Team Marshy real quick because obviously, they are going to be in the lower bracket finals now, Verdict. Not a bad performance for them by any stretch of the imagination. I think, a couple of different snipes go their way in the search and destroy, and that's a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about that last round, indubitably, that's a great analysis. If Cravings is able to snag 2 of those, kills.
Yeah.
I would say they weren't jiggle peeking. It was just more of like, hey, I'm here, bud. Come shoot me. He just wasn't able to connect, even after finding a crucial first blood. So in times like that, you got to think, if you got the shots to go your way, maybe that round does extend, but who knows? The outcome still could have been the same. It's them tying it up and wasn't them putting it away. They never had an advantage in that search and destroy. But one thing I will say is we need to get Flirt some help in these respawns. That guy is nasty.
Yeah, 100%. I love the look of Flirt. If we're talking about players that we're looking forward to seeing more of in the CDM season, Flirt is the guy. He dropped like a 50 bomb in the hard point, something to that effect. He was insane, and I can't wait to see more of him. You guys won't have to wait that much longer to see more of him, of course, because the team still has a chance to perform in the lower bracket. They'll be awaiting the winner of Team Cisco and Team Ganeth in the lower bracket for a chance at redemption. We'll be back with that lower bracket final here after a brief break. Don't go far.
Low Jack B. Jack B.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Bobby Invitational. We're about to get into our next matchup as we turn our attention now to the lower bracket. If you're just joining us, you missed out on a banger upper bracket semi-final where Team Marshy ended up losing to Team Bobby, aka Team Vague. They are now in the grand finals, top 2 guaranteed, and they await the winner of the losers bracket. Let's start moving that thing along then. Let's talk about our next matchup. It's Team Cisco versus Team Ganef. Verdict, I talked about this one already. These are two teams that have made their way from lower bracket round one, on the fight for redemption.
Yeah, they have, and they've gotten some forms of their revenge, right? They've both beat the teams that put them in the lower bracket. They have, gotten the chance to run through Team Space and Little B, putting them out in the first lower bracket run. So, yeah, their run has been flawless so far in the lower bracket, but one of these teams is going to be cut. I'm not sure which one it's going to be. If you look at it on paper, Bobby was talking about how Ganeth had a sleeper build, and they got put to sleep yesterday. Cisco's squad has been looking pretty good. I mean, I don't know how they are going to stand against the sleeper build. I guess we're going to find out here in the next best of 3.
Yeah, sleeper builds are the most difficult to work against, for sure. Team Cisco, though, I mean, look, this is a roster that I think was really well produced for Cisco. I don't think he was very happy with the draft. If I remember correctly, Bobby, he was not a happy boy whatsoever, even though he literally drafted this team. But in the end, he kind of, in the middle of the draft, changed his strategy a little bit. He went for pretty much more or less, obviously, aside from Warden and himself, a full Saudi team. I think that chemistry has helped him quite a bit in this tournament so far.
No, 100%. I know he wanted to get he wanted to get Garena players, but he didn't want to have to draft the Garena players. I don't know in his mind how he thought it was going to end up going. But like you said, regardless, it has absolutely worked. And we even said coming out of that tournament, this looked like one of the most well-rounded teams. They saw some early struggles, as did Team Ganeth, but have done a phenomenal job of fighting their way through the lower bracket and have absolutely earned a spot here. Regardless of who makes it out of the lower bracket, there will certainly be a heck of a storyline for whenever they head into that lower bracket final matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And, on the flip side of that conversation, you had this Team Ganef Verdict. You talk about them as a kind of a sleeper build, if you will. I don't know if there's much sleeper about it, to be honest. Prevail and Solo on the same team. Those are some phenomenal. I think it was, I want to say it's like a late first round and early second round pick, I think, for Ganef. Like, he picked very well. And I think, if we're talking about players that you're going to get later in the draft, to get Learn as late as he did was insane.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think I might have said that wrong. I think Bobby said something like a team that would be slept on. Maybe I just took it as a sleeper build. Rather, slept on or not. Yeah, I think that squad is pretty stacked. I'm looking at it again, and Solo, Prevail, and Learn. And then the addition of Random, too, as well. Learn being a last-round pick is absolutely bonkers to me. I know Chad can agree with that. Go ahead and give me a hell yeah in chat if you agree. But Prevail has been everything. I know you mentioned I believe it was in Discord, or I don't know where I heard you say it at, but having 2 shotgunners on the squad now, kind of interesting, maybe a conflict of interest, but I don't think that seems to, push anybody away. Who's going to be dominant with the shotgun is definitely going to be dependent upon, who's going to have the better ping or who's feeling the better going into the matchup. Obviously, Solo and Prevail both cracked out of their mind with it.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have options, right? I mean, this is something we always talk about when we talk about bringing these teams together, probably during the draft, is you want to try and focus as much as possible on making sure that you can fill every single role as much as possible. Having Prevail and Solo on the same team, I mean, you're not wanting for a good shotgun player, are you?
No, not at all. And I honestly, even in some of the maps where you would have expected shotguns, they were running SMGs. I think just for the sake of versatility, it will be interesting to see what the roles look like as we get ready to head into Combine, because that's going to be map number 1 and obviously a very tightly packed in one. We talked a lot about Learn being kind of a steal in the last round, but he had some maps yesterday where he struggled big time. And once again, obviously, one of the most accomplished players in COD Mobile, but getting up there in years, much like myself. We'll see if he's a little bit more warmed up today. Sometimes when you're older, it takes you a little bit longer to get warmed up. So he'll have a very big test heading into this one up against Team Cisco, who has looked very consistent outside that first round.
Yeah, for sure. Don't be so hard on yourself, mate. You're still a young gun, all right? You still got the fast fire and fingers or whatever they say in COD Mobile. right? It's all good, mate. You know, you're a heater on the sticks or on the pad, we shall say. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm excited to see these teams go head to head. So, reminder, guys, this is losers bracket round 3 or the semi-finals. The loser of this matchup, which will still be a best of 3, will be done in the tournament in 4th place. Maybe we should remind everybody while we've got a bit of time here, while we're waiting for the game to get underway, what the prize pool actually looks like. So, if you're outside the top 3, guys, you will get $500 a piece. So, this match, effectively, Bobby, is to try and increase your prize pool to double it up to that $1,000.
Yeah, lots at stake right here, and creates an opportunity for you to still make it through to that grand final where you could potentially win $4,000. So we said coming into today, this is probably one of the most evenly matched Bobby events that we've had. I don't think that there is a favorite to win the entire thing. Yeah. Obviously, Team Vague securing a spot in the grand finals have increased their odds, but there's not any one matchup that has been particularly one-sided in regards to any of these teams, especially given how strong both Team Ganeth and Team Cisco have looked in the lower bracket. Very excited to see who comes out on top in this one, and hopefully they'll be able to give us a good lower bracket finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, I mean, it's always nice when you don't go in with any preconceptions about how you think this is going to go. So, yeah, I think, we don't know how this is going to go. A reminder, folks, this is for top 3. The loser of this matchup will be done and dusted. Again, this is a best of 3, and we're going to start that best of 3 on Combine Hardpoint. We're not going to waste anybody's time. We got Combine Hardpoint ready to go here in just a moment, so we're going to send it back to Bobby and to Verdict to cast this wonderful game.
All right. Well, we only have one more player we need to get readied up, and we'll be good to go for match number 2 of the day. Apologize, chat. I think Verdict is having some tech issues. Face cam's a little bit in and out, but he will be back with us shortly. And
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I was like, oh, I know I'm here. I know my camera's. Yeah, I'm having a bit of internet issues. I'm not 100% sure what's going on. Hopefully it get fixed, and hopefully we'll see all 10 players ready up. I think Cisco was the last one to ready, but it's going to be a solid matchup. I was taking a look at the best of 3. Combine, Tunisia, Crossroads Strikes. This is about as good of a best of 3 as you can expect on your potential last matchup of the day for one of these teams.
Yeah, it's been an interesting journey, because I think for both the captains, they've got an opportunity to recognize some new talent as well. So obviously nobody wants to go home this early in the competition. Well, not really early in the competition. We're in the finals, but it's definitely a big chance for somebody to earn a nice extra chunk of money. I think it really just is the question of the higher ceilings versus the more well-rounded team. Like we said, obviously a lot of talent on both squads, but it certainly feels like there's a little bit more of an edge for Team Cisco just because of how well-rounded they are. I think if you can get Random and Learn on the same page as the rest of the squad, really Random, Learn, and Ganeth, Prevail and Solo have not had any issues so far in the competition. It has just been about getting the rest of the squad on the same page. We'll see what they can do right here as Cisco looks for some kills on the outer catwalk area. He's going to be able to find one before getting traded.
All right. Big feed in blue. Going to be lighting it up. They got the hill. They've got the spawns. They've got everything to go. Hold on. Ganeth on the back line. Cisco reads it to a T, though. Deals the pressure. Handles everything through. So the captain holding his on, but is going to be bombarded with multiples. They're all looking for the top side control. Ganeth finally going to be able to swoop in after a 3-piece there from Cisco. The back line's now going to be compromised. There's 30 seconds left here in P1. Got to focus on that as well as keeping these spawns.
Warden with 5 on the board already. Still looking to get that hard point time, and most importantly, looking to get the flip. Should hear the shots from above in Ganeth. He sneaks through the back line. Prevail doesn't hear the audio cue off of that one. He's looking to get a second. He's able to do exactly that. Needs to win the 1v1 versus Random, but Random's going to be there to shut him down. Big plays, but the pressure's still here. Colin through with a shotgun. He's not going to be able to connect either. And just like that, the hold, or actually the flip goes through for Team Cisco. Big time plays by Colin. to apply pressure into the backside. It looks like a flip back the other way once again, as it has been extra mixy off the start of this one. And this time it's Prevail and Random leading the way for Team Ganeth. 8 kills apiece, going absolutely ham.
This thing's flipping faster than I am at night on my cold side of the pillow. Everything's so quick. It gets warm here in Alabama, I'll just tell you. It's getting hot here in Combine. Big Gunny's on the outskirts. Prevail picking up a 5-piece in the feed. Only one player to deal with on the back lines last 20 seconds. You might as well just go ahead and let him have it. Cisco trying to take advantage of whatever they can get off the rip. And certainly going to be able to take advantage of those last 15 seconds with Solo. Doesn't have anything to say about it. And as soon as I say that, it's Random who's going to pop a War Machine too. Let's go ahead and do it, baby. Let's get it going here early on this in this hard point.
And once again, it's just completely different from the last matchup we watched, because for the most part, everybody was locking in very similar hard point time on both sides, locking in pretty similar amounts of kills. And this time around, it is just, it's really 3 people completely slaying out. It's Warden, it's Random, and it's Prevail right now, going ham, carrying their squads. And even with all that, staying very, very even all the way through. Tricky on the top side. Equal's gonna pop. Does some big damage right there. Hops out this side, and he's just gonna continue to fly at those spawns. Learn, slides back, able to find the kill. But the damage has been done. They've able to zone off enough to find some breathing room. And as I say that, they're instantly broken.
Yeah, when you get mowed down all the way up in the middle of the map, of course you're gonna get the spawns. That's just how that works. Very unfortunate, but hey, we'll take them where we can get them. Finally break back on through here for Cisco. Trades back and forth go. The contest is going to get shut down. It is 100% a retake for the last few seconds of scrap. Going to go in favor of Ganeth and crew. 65 to 61 as we're getting geared up for our final here on Combine. It is about as mixy as it's gotten. Cisco and crew are doing everything to get to here. The early setup. Prevail, the only one to contest.
Solo is not having good connection right now. I saw a big time lag spike right there. Might be why he's trying out a couple of different weapons, as he's actually got the R9 back out right now. We'll see if he can get going right here, as his team's still doing a phenomenal job of holding on to this lead. Once again, credit to both Random and Prevail leading the way so far in this one. They're able to clear the point once again, get map control toward this side, and the feed just continues to be all yellow. Ganeth, once again, he's probably playing on 140 MS all the way from Brazil, able to find one there with the Annihilator. And Prevail and Random continue to absolutely run the map. Learn's starting to catch up as well.
Yep, last 10 seconds here on the back burners of our first set of hills. Prevail finally going to get shut down and see Blue lighten it up quickly. Solo and Random getting mixy and involved too. Last little bit of scrap time going to go for free. Random's going to earn a Predator off of it. Gonna look to guide the missile, able to find Cisco off the spawn, and is able to predict where the next player is going to be contested in front, and it's very well done so far. 106 to 62 as we are gathered up for P1 yet again. Second time around. Is the side of Cisco going to be able to translate some of these kills that they've been finding into some hill time? That's the question, Bobby.
Random locking down Catwalk right here. Again, need to find that mid-map control, but with him getting pushed forward, it should make it a little bit easier. He's going to get shut down right there, continuing to build on the lead. It's just Warden, the one-man wrecking crew for Team Cisco. And honestly, credit to Cisco, we haven't really highlighted him a ton so far in this one, but putting up really solid numbers. Nobody really lagging behind substantially, but they've not been able to convert it into hardpoint time, and maybe a little bit more of the recent competitive experience showing out here for Team Ganeth, is that the lives have converted much more consistently into hardpoint time. Random, not his best performance yesterday, I would say, but he is locking in for this one. 28 kills now on the board. Prevail locking down this left side of the map, gets shut down by his teammate Warden. Still got a long way to go forward, and they've got to try to flip those spawns, but Cisco goes big with the claw, and they're going to be able to break from the front.
Yeah, spawns are not. Here they come. Ground Vortex going to do some great damage to try and prevent, but the trophy system's going to save. Ganeth on the objective. Spawning rather close is the side of Tricky and Cisco, but it's Random and crew who are on the back lines. Let me tell you, Random's running through them 4, 5 at a time. Predator as well as the EMP. Man is on a mission. Finally going to get shut down as the 6 feed's done, but the damage is in as well as the streaks. Time still being collected in yellow to go along with it. It's just gone for bad to ugly here for Team Cisco.
37 and 18 with the most time in the hard point for his squad. Once again, one player being the complete difference in the match, especially for it to be somebody that you didn't really see dominate at all yesterday. Just shows how well made this Team Ganeth squad is. Top to bottom, there is a lot of talent and a lot to be feared. Nuke going to be able to cut off one on rotation as Team Cisco trying to chip away at this lead. They do have spawns. He's going to be able to spot Solo on rotation here as well. So one more to deal with, but he's going to let Colin take the gunfight. He's going to be able to keep P3 locked down for the time being. It looks like with those backside spawns, they will continue to reinforce right here. Prevail sliding on through, somehow gets two. Beauty of a beam right there, and they finally get somebody into this hard point as they look to maintain this lead.
Maintaining indeed. 40 points advantage, Bobby. I know we did a lesson in yesterday. We're kind of slacking on those today. Let's go ahead and jump in with Team Cisco as they're making their comeback. They've got the hill. Let's see if they can get the rotation.
Random. From the backside of the point, trying to find something not meant to be. Solo switching to the R9. Seeming like maybe it's working a little bit better with that ping difference, and picking up to 19 kills so far in this one. Only 30 points between these two teams. Random with a nade that's going to connect. Ganeth locking down these mid angles with the Annihilator in hand. That should allow them to collapse more toward that center hard point. Feed goes yellow once again. They take complete control right here and look to build back on the lead with Random already back to his war machine. This man, 42 kills on the board, and he's showing no signs of slowing down.
Oh no, Bobby, things just getting ugly. Random. Predator, yeah, again, this might be his third, fourth, I don't even know. I can't even keep counting. I'm sure he's not either. 44 on board. Him and Prevail, the tag team duo, absolutely doing catastrophe in this map. Grab Vortex out. There, a break looks like it might be coming through. They're fighting for scraps. They need every bit of it. It's Warden on the objective. A little bit of a contest from both lines of sights. Prevail now going to be the tip of the spear. Able to find both, and that is going to be good enough for the break as well as the hold. Finally, Khaled's going to be able to shut him down, but damage is done. 190 to 147 is our stat line as we get geared up for our third and final set of hills.
Solo 22 on the board, looking to play through the smokes right here, and most importantly, trying to lock down the hard point. Traded out immediately as Warden slides through the mid-map. Once again, bit of a one-man wrecking crew for Team Cisco so far. Got 45 and 31, 55 seconds in the hard point as they look to chip away, and this time they've got mid-map control, locking down hard point time. And obviously, you do want to get as much time here as you can, but priority on trying to flip those spawns. Tricky doing everything he can to do exactly that. He has nearly wiped the entire team, but they keep respawning in that backside. He is going to earn a good chunk of hard point time with the amount of distraction he's able to throw in there, but you've got to try to flip these spawns. Can't afford to go 30 for 30 anymore. It looks like Team Ganeth will continue to spawn on the backside.
Yeah, this is tough. This is going to be an uphill battle for sure, but still not out of the woods just yet if you're Team Ganeth. You've got the lead, you've got the spawns, you got everything. P2 has been mixy so far. Backline's still yours. On the objective, you got one player in Learn. He's going to be dealt with. Side hit coming through. Prevail's dealt with too. Hold the phone. We've got ourselves a little bit of momentum rolling here for Cisco and crew. The nuke bringing in the forces. Split spawns at the ready, and that is going to be a toss-up for who is able to get on the objective. Backside spawns now locked in for Cisco. Doesn't equate the time for this particular moment, but surely enough, the cavalry can come through as the death machine's going to eat away at two. It's going to get shut down.
Ganeth, huge two-piece with the nade. The operators wiped off the board, but they maintain hardpoint control regardless. Random still got that war machine in his pocket. Ganeth's going to pop Annie right here. I don't know if they're trying to make sure the enemy team's still spawning the backside. Random pops his war machine as well. And with only 10 seconds remaining, a lot of utility gone to waste right there. Obviously, they maintain these backside spawns, and Random is going to anchor for the squad, but feels like some utility that would have been real nice for a P3 hold. They're not going to have now. Random able to get those kills regardless, but with no operators at their disposal, they lose the rotation here toward P3.
This is one of those ones you can play through the front. Solo doing everything to make sure that they get back into the objective, learn. Popping the claws, good for 3, but it's not enough for the contest. It's tricky. He's been everything through these last 2 hills. Does have the equalizers, but it's going to get shut down from the nade. Random doing it with both fronts. And this could be it. 10 seconds only needed here for the side of team Gannett to shut this one out.
Looks like Prevail's going to be able to get through. Cisco there to shut him down. 50 bomb for the captain. Locking down the top side, even with the spawns, they've not been able to convert anything right here. Cisco, pre-fire, on to learn. Shots are there. Nuke's going to clean up the rest. Gannett slides on through. He's shut down. Warden, 56 kills on the board. And somehow keeping his team alive. Nuke with the Tempest is going to pop. There's only 1 player left. They wipe the point. They're spawning all over the place. And things continue to go from bad to worse right now for Team Gannett. They only need 7 seconds. Can they find it?
Tempest for Nuke. My God, shuts down the front lines, but it's going to be a press from P2 side. They're going to be dealt with. Tricky, still alive. Tricky, still adding fuel to the fire. Brother is piecing 2 combo. The contest for Gannett dealt with. 230 now and counting. If you're side of Team Cisco, hold the line. If you're Gannett, get that break. This is only a matter of time. Will we see the comeback come through for the side of Cisco and crew? He's popped his operator. It's Learn on the objective. Khaled dealt with. Down to big Cisco plays, and he's able to deliver.
Oh my gosh, what a comeback this would be. 249, 242. They hold the line. Warden, 61. Will it be enough? No! Solo the final kill for the break. They avoid disaster, but a masterclass here on Combine to get things started. Oh my gosh, how many 50 bombs? 61 for Warden, 55 for Cisco, 56 for Random, 59 for Prevail. What a map.
Wow. I know we got delivered some absolute crazy maps in CDM when Combine was tossed into the map pool. We're getting a little bit of a glimpse of what this map is going to be. And let me just tell you, it is a monster. 250 to 245. Warden dropping a 60 piece. 61 to be exact. Random 56 to 43. Tricky. I mean, his stat line doesn't show what all he did on that map. For P2 to P3, he was everything. Finding transitional kills, piecing up your best players in Prevail and Random when they needed it the most to prolong this matchup. Obviously, it did not change the outcome, but it gave his squad a fighting chance. And man, oh man, when you start off as hot as Random, it's kind of hard not to win a game like that. That's well fault.
Oh my gosh. That was just pure chaos through and through. I think Team Cisco actually had substantially more kills, if I'm doing the math correctly. Go even through Tricky and Khaled, even through Warden and Nuke, and then plus 10 for Cisco. So they did a really good job at the end of chipping away at that lead, but just with the way Combine works, you get one good consecutive couple of gunfights and you can break just like that. There was too little margin for error and they weren't able to hold quite as perfectly as they needed to.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, at one point I remember mentioning you get a full squad wipe and they get gifted the spawns, the team who died. And that's just what happened. The story of the game was, Gannett and crew getting gifted spawns when you're pushing out too aggressively in P3s. And they're able to capitalize on that hill time. Sure, you're getting the kills, but you weren't able to translate it early on. That was ultimately their demise. I don't know what they could have done differently, but Combine's just that's a hell of a map to play. Counter kills. Maybe don't get that 5th. Maybe hold on for life, and hopefully they spawn out in Narnia. I don't know what to tell you. When you're gifted so much and so much time after time, it's like, hey, I'll continue to take advantage of it.
Yep. Certainly a banger to get things started right there. We're getting ready to head into the Tunisia search and destroy right here. Got to think a big sniper battle underway. And once again, just so much talent on both teams in that sniper role. It'll be interesting to see if they make any changes or if they stick with what was working yesterday. Cisco back on the sniper. Ganeth back on the sniper. It's captain versus captain. See if they can dictate the pace of the game right here as we are good to go on map number 2 of what looks to be a banger series.
Oh, yeah. Oh, captain, my captain. Let's get this Shepard rocket and rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2. Cisco not able to find the shot there in the middle of the map as I spawned in with him. So I was just, hey, let's go ahead and peek his perspective. He's sniping. Surely enough, not able to collect. Ganeth looking to do the same in the middle of the map, too. Slide across is going to allow him a little bit of pressure. Now, bomb is back into... Wow, this is a long-ass round. I'm sorry, chat. Look at that. Get him out of here. 3-minute rounds? We're not doing this, surely.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah.
Let me go. I'm going to go bounce in the VC and tell him to leave.
Round time is wrong. All right. Hopefully we can get the players out of this lobby. There we go. Apologies, chat. Little administrative error. We will get that fixed, and we will get right back into the lobby. And Cisco and Ganeth decided they were just going to 1v1 right there.
That's what we wanted. We wanted 3 minutes search and destroy, not 2 minutes. Sorry, guys.
All right. Did a quick refresh right here. I got hit with the permanent loading screen. I don't know if you got the same.
I backed out. Let me bounce up there and tell them not to start it. Because that would be not good.
Restarting my app.
Don't start just yeet. I'm a good typer. Yeah, they had it on 190. That's more than 3 minutes. Holy. I know chat would love 3 minutes to search and destroy, but
bro,
we're not trying to be here till the start of CDM.
Nothing the viewers love more than watching teams sit around and shoot at nothing.
My question is, would X-Shock find a way to utilize all 3 minutes and 10 seconds of that?
Abso-freaking-lutely they would.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, they would. They're back this season. It's going to be an interesting one. I don't know what to think of that roster. They didn't make any changes, did they?
I mean, they had a bunch of people retire, so it's a completely different roster.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, there we go.
Nono's gone, Sanuo's gone.
Ew.
I know those are the 2 major ones that they lost.
Yep. Yikes, man. Feels bad. Well, we don't feel bad about hopping back into it. We are... You're back in, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, cool.
Let's see. A little bit of a quicker start, right? Warden got lost in his own sauce right there. It is chaos over here on the A side. Goodness gracious. Makes you to get things started. 2v4 for Cisco and company. He's looking for somebody around the back side, and it looks like it's going to be Learn and Prevail. Dynamic duo holding hands, shutting down Cisco around the corner and leaving Nuke in a 1v4. Not meant to be. It is going to be Team Ganeth taking the opening round.
Here we go. Good bounce back here. In this second attempt at the S&D, we got the rounds secured, locked in. See if the side of Warden overheats here in the second round. Has found himself in a little bit of a spicy predicament. Nuke in the middle of the map is going to get tagged, but not back. Learn, able to find first blood, yet again make it 2. And well, we talk about his search and destroy process all through his life, and certainly living up to his name too. 2 left standing, Nuke and Khaled. It's not looking good here for the side of Team Cisco.
Yeah. Ganeth would have been nice to pick up a kill right there. Another player drops as Solo taken out, so 2v5 into a 2v3. Random gets spotted, and just like that, it's a 2v2. Make it a 2v1. Disastrous close to the round right here as Team Ganeth can't seem to find a single kill. Looking to see if he can make a 1v2 out of it. Picks up the sniper. It's an audio cue there as well. Nuke on the opposite side, Type 63 in hand, and I don't think Lauren's going to expect him this far forward, but it looks like he's making a lot of noise. Sprinting around in the backside doesn't matter. Shuts him down, and that's going to be a 2v5 for Team Cisco to even things up.
I mean, Learn had the right idea. He was mirroring him to perfection, sound or not. 2v5 clutch. And I for sure thought it was going to be Learn who's going to be able to prevent it from happening. Not the case. Big payback rounds. Revenge coming through sweet here in the second. Third. Coming through right away. First blood still not delivered as of yet. Looks like we're buckling up for an A-side hit. Learn's tucked away in a corner. And we got Tricky, Warden, and Nuke all trying to stack up through this corridor site. This is going to be one hell of a hit.
2 players directly on site. 1 lurking mid. I don't think they get any info, and that's a god shot out of Random over top of the heady. He's going to get traded out. Brings us into a 3v3. Prevail on rotation right here. Seeing if he can slow things up. And I think Warden picking up a Type 63 as Solo picks up 1 with the shotgun in hand. Man advantage for Team Ganeth. And Warden's going to be able to pick up 1 on the flip side to bring it into a 2v2. Warden looking to do a little bit more. Nobody on the peak across mid. Big shots from Colin. He's going to be able to find 1. And no trade there out of Ganeth. He runs away.
I don't blame him. He doesn't have a secondary. He's sniping. Even if he's one shot, you're always one shot when you got a OW3 Tundra. Tuck your tail and head for the hills. Bombs down. 35 seconds. Warden spotted. Warden not put down. And he's going to be tucking himself in the top side of Winery. And Ganeth now trying to get the god timing here for the 1v2. 20 seconds. He's got to make something move, Bobby. It's not looking good for him either. Let's see the payback round here coming through. There it is. Warden set up perfectly. Collection is due. 2-1 lead. Cisco's crew finally starting to strike back.
Warden, well played right there. The tough spot, especially once that first shot misses for Ganeth. There's just not a whole lot that you can do out of that. So it's Team Cisco taking back-to-back rounds to take the lead in this one. Solo backing up. Random awaits over here on the B side, and that's easy. Shots for Warden. Not sure what Random was looking at. Ganeth isolated on an island. Gonna be able to find 1. Prevail trades for another. Now an opportunity for them to make something out of it, and they shut them down 1 by 1. As that one collapsed quickly to tie things up, this time for Team Ganeth taking a round, and Learn leading the way with 6 kills on the board.
Wow, okay, that one shut down rather quickly. I thought they got the B site, and surely it was 88 and out the gate. Wrong. Push shut down. When push come to shove, Learn big kills towards the end of that round. 6 on board. It's going to be 3 in the feed. Solo, Random, Prevail, everyone just not losing at all. Cisco still sitting on a donut. Tricky, making a lot of noise, but it's going to be pushed by a plethora of players. Is finally going to be dealt with.
So, wait, Cisco's trying to make a 1v4 out of this. He gets 2 to open things up. Waiting for somebody to wrap the corner. He might get blessed with some timing right here. Learn's going to make better of it and out to wrap away as Cisco picks up the bomb right here. Be a heck of a play. I think they're just going to look to let him plant right here and look to play retake off of it. They wrap back to the B side. Once again, Cisco's just looking for kills. Got to be aware of the time. Not a whole lot of it to work with. They wrap out of the B side. This could actually be god timing for him. Unfortunately, it looks like Random's going to stay on site, but he actually wraps over to A. Once again, only 18 seconds. He absolutely has to commit right here. And it doesn't look like timing is going to go his way with Learn on the way. He goes top winery. That should be the end of the round. He has no idea Learn's there to shut him down. His team retakes the lead.
Yeah, chat, don't take notes on that round. Learn did something that is illegal in the space of Call of Duty. You're supposed to play your twos. But when you're as good as Learn is, you can do whatever the hell you want. Perfect timing for him, makes his rotation on through. If you're playing ranked with anybody in Search and Destroy, you know, may God bless your soul. I will say I'm having a little bit of connection issue, so if you lose me, Bobby, I apologize. First blood is going to come through. It's going to be Khaled able to strike quickly, and well, this time around, everyone in yellow not falling instantly is a great sign as Nuke's able to find 1-2. Good night, Ganeth now on a 1v5. Let's see if he can get a clip going.
There's a lot of quick rounds in this one. Just back and forth as Ganeth's able to pick up one onto his fellow captain, Cisco. He's looking for a 1v5 right now. Ganeth's amazing, but 1v5 on 120 MS, probably not super likely. And with that concussion hitting, basically impossible. They know exactly where he's coming from. Not able to make the shot connect onto Nuke. We're tied back up. We are back and forth in this one as we flip sides, tied up at 3-3.
Both captains giving it the old college try to put on a montage here in Tunisia. Well, both of them denied. Learn able to shut down Cisco the round before, and that one was a cluster of kills that came through rather quickly. Probably going to be able to open up at the first blood. Random quickly trades on through, make it 2. Prevail dropping out, 2 for 2 we go. Hits over towards the A site. They've cleared it out so far, Bobby. Looks like they might be able to get this plant down.
Ganeth overlooking, trying to keep Planter safe, and you think Cisco probably peeks off of this one, throwing shoulders, trying to get an idea of where everybody's holding. Woo! Ganeth grazed his shoulder right there. Eyes onto Warden, but can't get the shots to connect, and he's going to get shut down. All on to Learn. 1v3 opportunity for him. Tricky says not today. Clean on the retake is Team Cisco. He's going to get the defuse, and they retake the lead here as well.
But it's not over yet. Ready up.
All right. When you need it around the most, of course, it's not make or break, but this game is desperate times, desperate measures here for the side of Cisco and crew. Any kind of advantage they can get and get us closer to that game 3, they are begging for. As offensive strats lead to an early plant, 2 for 2 kills come through, and quick plant does not pan out. The hold not there.
Cool.
First blood's coming through as Tricky, but Tricky's going to get shut down. Ganeth and Prevail opening up with some big bloods. They're pretty much going to give them A side for free. No, hold the phone. Khaled says, not today, buddy.
Cisco. Quick scope right there. 2v2. Prevail and Solo on the other side. Solo's been able to pick up a Type 63. He's going to ego it, and Cisco makes him pay. Now Prevail in a 1v2. Spots out Cisco on rotation, but Cisco is just going to sit back, play patient. The bomb down right here. This is kind of a nightmare scenario for Prevail. He's got to get really aggressive and try to catch somebody off guard. Khaled watching that cross could not have been any easier. And now back-to-back rounds. I think this 2-round lead is the biggest that we've seen so far as Team Cisco moves ahead right here and 2 rounds closer to taking it into map number 3.
Yeah, Prevail had the right idea. Cat and mouse game just did not pan out. Was hoping that that player who he spotted was planting the bomb, and nope, not that time. Slow things down, they say. Team Ganeth trying to get their legs back under them. They've been haymaker the last 2 rounds, it feels like, and as you mentioned, Bobby, this is the biggest lead we've had so far. We'll see if that can continue to be the case here for Cisco and crew, as they're not going to give them an inch to work with. They're holding the back lines in a 2-1-2 split, 2 players on B, 2 players on A, and then 1 lurking in the middle of the map. So 48 seconds on the clock. They've got to make a motion at some point. Cisco and crew just going to hold back and let them make mistakes yet again.
All right. Kills left and right. Warden's going to be able to find 2 with the PKM in hand. Man advantage. Khaled finds another one there as well and leaves it down to random in 1v2. And he's going to get shut down quickly. Team Cisco now up 6-3 in this one with an opportunity to force map 3. We'll see if they can continue to convert. Great consistency and huge credit to Khaled leading the way. 12 kills on the board. He is 12-5 in this one. Absolutely monster performance out of him.
Yep, First Blood Demon too. We'll see if he can reap anything out of this one. Cisco, hello, making a lot of noise. A lot of pitter-patter on the bottom side of that B site corridor. Bombs made its way through. But everyone's going to tuck back on through. Here comes the plant. Lurin going to go ahead and get the job done. The objective play to a T. Warden able to open up the First Blood, but it's Nuke and Crew getting the trades. Lurin now on the prowl. We'll call it has been gold. He's one shot. And that's going to leave Random and yet again another 1v something opportunity. Bobby with 8 kills to his name. He's one shot himself. Is going to have to recover. And might get the god timing. Catches one. Cisco.
Gonna pull the pistol out right here. Opportunity to clutch. The timing doesn't go his way. Cisco reads it to perfection. Clutches up to send his team to victory in the map number 3. This matchup continues to deliver time and time again.
Yes, indeed. We said we're in store for some bangers today. Well, we saw a banger in our first series of the day. We saw an absolute masterclass in the Combine. Almost left to a triumphant comeback. And boy, if you were Cisco and Crew, you'd be up 2-0 if you did make that comeback. Reality is you lost. But you find yourself in a dominant position in the 7-3 victory on the back of some big plays. Call it the First Blood Reaper there in that one. Didn't get the First Blood in that last round. That goes credit to Warden. But 13-6 is his stat line, and he will absolutely be your MVP.
Yep. By a pretty substantial margin, no less. And once again, not really any terrible performances on the other side as well. Everybody within 2 kills of each other, but just a couple of big-time plays out of Call It and company, closing out some rounds. And they had a couple pretty dominant rounds as well. So we'll see if they can carry that momentum into map number 3. It really doesn't feel like there's been a huge success rate of Respawn teams taking the control just because the pace these teams are playing it at. So really feels like a coin flip here heading into map 3.
Yep. Anybody's game as we're getting geared up for it. I believe we're on Crossroads Strike. We've seen some nail biters in that map alone. If I'm looking back at it, I want to say Ganeth has maybe played it. I don't quite know. I'm trying to look at the stats. Crossroads Strike. No, that was Team Marshy. Never mind. We haven't seen either. Yeah, they did. They beat Team Tyrese. No, they lost to Team Tyrese. That was their first matchup. So Ganeth did play that map. It was a 3-2 loss. So, I mean, they've got a rep on it. But it's been so long since... I say that's been so long. It's only been a day. But you get the picture. They didn't take victory there. It was a close matchup indeed. But this one... still very much so a toss-up.
All right. Well, we got most of our players readied up. We should be good to go for map number 3. I'll tell you what, this is how many our percentage of going to map 3 in this event is unlike any other event that we've ever had. I swear there have only been like 2 2-0s on broadcast anyway, and I'm pretty sure it was just against Team Space and Team Little B, who had their own issues whatsoever. Every other matchup seems to be going to map number 3. These guys are doing everything they can to secure a spot and advancing in this tournament. Winner moves on. The lower finals, the loser will be sent home with no extra money. This is big time.
Yeah, it's a $500 game of Crossroads Strikes, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about stakes being high. I'll be higher as we move on, progress throughout the day, but bangers have been delivered. The first ever Cdbi has been an absolute cinema and progress. It's going to continue to be that way as we move on through. Not a single matchup we've seen today, and I don't think a single matchup we're going to see for the rest of the day is going to be close. It's all going to be right there, narrow. So Cisco's last player to ready up. We're going to get geared up for what is going to be one team's last game of the day.
All right. See what they can do. Cisco gets ready, and Nuke unreadies, naturally. This is the way of custom lobbies in Call of Duty Mobile. Nuke's ready as well. Should be good to go. Solo unreadies.
It's contagious.
I think they're trolling at this point. All about controlling the mid-map right here. Obviously, we said yesterday that this was a very defensive-sided map, but saw quite a few scenarios where the offense was able to not only win, but almost thrive. So we'll see what that looks like this time around. But once again, all about controlling the mid-map. See what these two teams can do as we are good to go for map number 3.
Yep, both teams going to be skating on ice here. We'll see who's going to have the better performance out of it. Control that middle of the map is the name of the game. Catwalk is where we're going to see trades off the rip. Again, it's going to be able to get the better Solo and crew. Oh my god, they have just ran rampant right towards the objective. And that's going to prove to be a potential quick cap coming through on their first objective. Is going to get shut down nonetheless. Time's being stopped yet again as Ganeth has hopped the B site. So, great objective played so far through for Team Ganeth. Let's see if they can capitalize and turn it into a singular capture in their favor.
Hit rate not looking great for Ganeth, but he's able to stay alive on the objective regardless. One tick already through and already looking at a second as well. Solo not going to be able to stop Tricky from clearing right there, but maintains some mid-map control in that top side. Beautiful shots out of Cisco. Shuts down Solo to slow down the push. Still got to get things cleared over on B. I don't think there's anybody holding top mid control right now for Team Ganeth, but Cisco not really looking to make the push, and they kind of give away B for free. Cisco continues to work on these streaks, looking to see if he can add a Pred missile to his arsenal. But right now, down 5 lives. I think he's got to get a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, just chalk it at this point. You're down the life count. You have the advantage of allowing your opponents to cross this map, get in a good position. Warden trying to do so. Lauren going to get chopped down on the rotation. Everyone's back into the spawn. Things starting to slow down. Tricky starting to put the full court pressure on as the Pred lands, or the Hunter Killer lands. It is able to take down one. Solo and Prevail able to yet again continue to hemorrhage this roster as we're down the 4 on the left-hand side of your screen. This is it. 1:30 on the clock. This is a lot of time to stay alive, Bobby.
Yep. 2 huge kills for Warden right there, but with him taking down, odds of winning this round just got a lot lower. And I think if you are Team Cisco, you're mainly just trying to make sure they don't get any more captures, although they... Okay, I was going to say, they finally hopped the objective right here. They're going to sit back and try to capture as much as they can. And if you're Cisco, you need to run at the objective as quickly as possible. He finally hops on, gets 3 kills. He is going to earn a Hunter Killer off of it, but doesn't realize until a bit too late what's happening right there, and gives away a tick of progress for free as well as some operator charge.
Yep. That's, you know, where some of these content creators are going to lack at. You've got to throw your body onto the objective. You got to rush it. It doesn't matter about your streak. I don't care if you got 1. I don't care if you got 5. Solo open it up with 3. Jesus Christ. There he is. He's finally going to be burnt out. Charlotte able to get the trade, but damage done. 5 fully wiped off the rip, and here comes the spawn trap.
Oh my god. Somehow Prevail gets all the way through for a 3rd there as well. Nuke a little bit too slow on the trade. He is able to get kill number 2, but once again, that kill lead opening up big time early. Learn's going to pop Claw right here. He wants to build on it, and I don't know if that was a poor setup or maybe some connection issues, but Team Cisco just looking a little bit lost so far on this one. 12 kills for him, and nobody else really keeping up to what they need to be in order to take down this Team Ganeth, who is certainly putting foot to the gas right now and finally going to get taken down. Still a big chunk of work to do here as we do see these operators finding big time value for Team Cisco.
Life count is even at the moment. Man, advantage is going to go in favor of the offensive team, and here comes the operators. One's going to get dropped almost instantly. Predator missile is going to come through for Warden. He's going to expire on his claw, but he's going to be working on an EMP, and he is so far into their spawn. As he does push back on through up, he is going to get another kill to come through with it. Hunter Killer's out, 8v7, but only 10 seconds on the clock. B is being hit. Can't afford to make any mistakes moving on, but as long as Warden's up top, he's going to continue to man the map. And Buddy, has he been on a mission? 4 streak, EMP earned. He's been everything here in this payback round, and the shoe is on the other foot, Bobby. This is not looking good for Ganeth.
And right now, your priority's got to be clearing Cisco off of this. If you can stop or get the clock running again, you got a huge chance of winning. And there's Learn picking up a huge kill. Now it's all on to Tricky. He is going to get that final tick of progress, but just no way out of that 1v3. And that's now 2 rounds through for Team Ganeth right here. Only 1 round away from securing a spot inside the top 3. Solo leading the way. 18 kills on the board. Team Cisco scrambling. He and Warden, solid performances so far, but the rest of the squad struggling to keep up.
Yeah, they are indeed. Tricky. Gonna get outplayed there. 3 in the feed instantly. They are ambushing fire. Not necessarily looking for the spawn trap for the time being. They're just gonna be playing the objective. Nades out. Gonna be able to clear 1 out. That's gonna be everyone on this side of the line with the exception of Learn, who's been able to sneak across the top side. As the first wave of players not panning out for a full tick of progress going to come through, but Cisco and crew need to answer back and finally learn the pressure being dealt onto the backside of the spawn. Going to be finally dealt with. So, no harm, no foul. Life count is rather close. Still 50 seconds left to play.
Solo's going to drop the Pred for info right here. Able to find 1 onto Warden. They're looking to get forward and prevail with this cliffside control. Should be able to at least give some information to other players pushing up. Cisco's going to pop Death Machine right here. No, make it Khalid popping Death Machine right here. Able to find 1. We're going to stack a little bit more, and clearing out that top mid control's huge, but the concussion hits. Perfect timing right there as Ganeth's going to be able to take him down. Now it's Tricky popping ops. Looking for the spawn trap right here, and should be able to take down Random, but still a lot more work to do. They got to chip away at that life lead. 3 already, and he's taken down. Not nearly the value that they needed.
No, indeed. And Prevail was in your spawn doing the same thing. He finds 1 as well and is instantly dealt with. 6v7 down to the clock here as we go. Cisco says he can't afford to move on anymore. Drops to himself. Not sure how that happens, but you're down to 3. Learn. Looking to put belt to gas. This is done. Over. Cisco and Tricky, last 2 alive, and it's a claw here for Learn, shutting him down. Should be able to find Cisco for the final, and that's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Bobby,
Ready up.
we've got Team Ganeth in a rather easily won control right there on Crossroads Strikes. We've got ourselves a top 3 team.
What a journey for these guys all the way through the lower bracket. And once again, that was going to be the case for either of these guys. But a dominant performance right there, led by the man himself, Solo, pulling out the R9 and showing everybody how it's done. And really not a massive kill disparity once again, but just doing a really good job of converting those close rounds. Phenomenal performance out of those guys. Warden, Cisco, both going pretty positive right there. Unfortunately, the rest of the squad lagging behind a little bit. They come up short, and they will go home in 4th place. Team Ganeth will now move on in the lower bracket, where they will face off against Team Marshy for a shot at the grand finals. Infinity, how you feeling?
Realized I was muted for you. Yeah, Team Ganef, they look like a good respawn team, eh? I mean, again, it's the same sort of situation we were talking about from the last matchup where a couple of different decisions and it could well have gone the other way. After all, it was a 5-point difference in the hard point. Team Cisco, they could have taken that 2-0 if they'd have brushed up on the hard point just a little bit more, but as is always the case with Combine. What a Crossroads Strike control, though, coming out from Team Ganef. Just really well-measured team, pretty much dominant throughout the entirety of the game. If they get to game number 3, I'm confident of this team's ability in control. Oh, God, I'm smacking my mic all over the place. I want to give some love to Random, I'll say, though. I think, he had a bit of a slow start to the series. And I think you mentioned it very briefly, Bobby, at the start of the hardpoint. For someone who isn't the guy that anybody would even talk about, like first off the rip about this team, he had a massive impact on that first hard point.
Yeah, I mean, he was piecing. He looked very, very comfortable, and especially for an AR. Obviously, there are AR angles on Combine, but you don't think it is one that ARs are usually going to dominate. And he was just in complete control at every turn right there. So he really came through with a monster performance for them. And that was just that was a banger series through and through. Credit to everybody right there. Solo, once again, even playing from China, just having such a massive impact and showing how he makes it onto these top teams. Like even when there are maps where he's not performing, he brings value. But especially when he's playing like that, it's just such a huge addition.
Yeah, he's such a good player. I mean, we saw him so much last season on OUG verdicts. Solo, I think, sometimes an underrated player, and he's showing you, again, despite the ping differential, that he is not to be underrated.
No, yeah, and I think that was a difference maker in that control. He was rather moving the map without consequence early on, gathering a lot of space, not necessarily putting the pedal on, down to the spawn trap, but get a lot of map control early on, and winning those opening engagements was huge. His performance in the hardpoint, was looked over just because we just mentioned it. He's, playing from China. His ping obviously was just not there, but that's okay because y'all made a great note about how Random was able to step up and fry and literally be the difference maker in the series. If Random doesn't do what he does in that hardpoint, that would have been a 2-0 and it wouldn't have been close.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Random has performed well, and that's helped Team Ganef get through to the top 3. Next up, they face Team Marshy in a matchup to decide who will take on Team Vague in the grand finals. Just a couple more matches to go, folks, before we decide who's going to be the winner of the Call of Duty Mobile Bobby Invitational. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we've got that lower bracket finals. Don't go far.
Low Jack B.
Welcome back, everyone, all here to the Call of Duty Mobile Bobby Invitational. We are down from our field of 8 teams to our final 3, as now everybody is walking away with at least $1,000. We're about to get into our lower bracket final, and I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legends, Bobby and Verdict, as we start to talk about this lower bracket final that lay ahead of us. Team Vague sits in that upper bracket final. The team that Bobby and I drafted, they are ready to go. They've been waiting a while, and now we're about to find out who is going to join them between Team Ganif and Team Marshy. Team Ganif, again, I mentioned it, Verdict. I'm going to keep on saying it over and over again. This is now 3 matches on the bounce that they have won in the lower bracket. Can they make it all the way?
Yeah, man, they're clawing their way through this. Got gifted that first hard point, but hey, take it where you can get it, is what I'm saying. So they're running hot. They're off of a great series. The Search and Destroy could have used some work, but hey, it's Tunisia. There was no looking back after they went up 2-0 in the control as well too. So Marshy's got his work out cut out for them, and yeah, they're going to be gunning for him. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, for sure. Team Ganif, they look determined at the moment, and that 3-0 in the Crossroads control, Bobby, it shows that they're a team. I think we mentioned this, right? In the respawns, I think on the whole, Ganif are a team not to be trifled with.
No, 100%. I think whenever you get random online, especially, it's just a question of consistency across the board, and I think that'll be the case for Team Marshy as well. We saw some instances where if it's all players that are locked in, then there's not much that can stop them. It's just a question of getting the team to that point. And once again, to Ganif's credit, he has very obviously drafted a phenomenal team because he's playing on by far the biggest disadvantage of any of our players, playing all the way on Brazil to what is either Europe or India servers for the most part. So the fact that he's been able to keep up, period, just shows how well he's performing, but also that his team's putting him in position to be able to actually win those games as well. So I think they absolutely have a great chance right here. Team Marshy, very well-rounded. But we saw in that first-round matchup that they had a couple shaky points that could possibly provide opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's good you mentioned that, right? Because Team Marshy, we can at least look at their comms. And we don't want to be leaking team comms, so I'm not going to say exactly what was said. But they are very clearly already starting to talk about, okay, this is where we went wrong versus Team Vague. If we rematch versus that Team Verdict, this is how we would do things differently. They know where they went wrong, and they are not going to make that mistake here in this matchup.
It's good that they're having those conversations. I played a lot of Call of Duty with Marshy outside of Call of Duty Mobile. And let me just tell you, he's not a very vocal guy. So the fact that they're actually having these conversations and they're talking about where they need to fix and, where they need to pinpoint and where they need to accelerate at is that's great. Kudos to them. Shout out to them. This is Cdbi. This is not like a, extreme match. I mean, $10,000 is up for grabs. So you want to be able to get that. So the fact that they are having these conversations is definitely a great step.
Yeah, for sure. And we talk about the team on the whole here, Bobby, as well. I mean, we got to talk about Flirt. We have to talk about Flirt. We're looking for new talent. That's the entire point of this tournament. We're talking about, all right, who's next up? Who's the next big thing to come out of CDM with all the new additions, all the new players, all the new teams that are competing this season? Flirt has massively impressed us. If we're talking about Random as the guy on the other side that you need to be looking out for, his teammate in Flirt, he had a phenomenal go of things for Team Marshy against Team Vague.
Yeah, he's been a beast. I think maybe a couple Search and Destroys where he's left something to be wanted, but I don't think there's been a single respawn where he hasn't been just completely dominating start to finish. We're getting ready to head into a Hacienda hard point for map number 1, and you would assume he's going to be able to continue to do that through and through. So credit to him for giving this team the bump that they need to make it into top 3. But obviously they want to secure that championship. So he's got to stay locked in. He's got to stay at the top of his game, and hopefully the rest of the team will follow as we get ready to head into this second to last matchup for the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they are looking pretty good. Team Ganif, as we said already, they just barely scraped by their opposition in the lower bracket semi-finals. Every team now has at least guaranteed themselves $1,000. I think we should probably take a moment here to remind people what the prize pool actually looks like. Verdict, as we said, $1,000. Everybody walking away with that at the moment, but there's still more on the line.
Yeah, and each time you progress, it's going to get higher and higher. $1,500 higher, indeed. For second places, it's $2,500. First place getting a whopping 4K. And who wouldn't love to be, on 2 days of carrying Call of Duty Mobile, be walking away $4,000 richer?
Yeah, absolutely. $4,000 if you walk away as victors of the entire event. Team Vague, they are waiting right now in that upper bracket final. They have looked incredible, and I think we can say nice things, Bobby, about pretty much every single player on their roster. Now, obviously, you and I, we would do that because we drafted this team effectively. But I think it's very easy to kind of gravitate towards Vague and Abiz as the guys you want to talk about for the team that's currently waiting in that upper bracket final. But, Dalal, Jibby, Cosmo, all of those guys have had incredible moments from Team Vague in this tournament.
Yeah, I think Jibby especially has impressed a lot of people, and with him being a newer player, obviously not as recognized. Playing in the Garena region, if you're not playing for SCE, now Alula, or Elevate, you're just not going to have nearly that same name recognition, but he's certainly shown himself as one of the players to watch in this event. He's going to continue elevating his team as well, and once again, just great opportunity for people to get to see these new players before they get into CDM, because obviously once we get there, it's going to be a lot happening, a lot of matches. It's going to be tough to follow everything along. It's cool to see these guys getting highlighted before the beginning of the chaos.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's nice in this setting as well to see those players getting highlighted, because I think there's a very high chance that we're going to get into CDM. Us boys, we're going to do our watch party. We're going to be chilling. And we're going to be watching some of these players that are performing very well right now, maybe struggle a little bit when they come up against the likes of Q9 and Wolves and Elevate and Alula. It's interesting, I think, to see these players play well now. But when it comes down to it in CDM, I'm really excited to see how they perform. Alrighty, we're not going to waste any more time, folks. We are down to our final three, and with one more match, we'll be into our grand finals. Only one of these two teams can make it there alongside Team Vague. Bobby, verdict, let's find out who it is.
All right, hopping into it, getting Mixie on P1. Switching into an SMG role for this squad as well. Not something we've seen him do a lot throughout his career. He's been a main AR, but trying to be whatever the team needs him to be, as it's going to be Ganeth and Random on AR to get things started. Learn looking to push on to the objective, as it is just smokes on smokes. Nobody wants to give up any visibility. Try to keep this as contested as possible, and obviously priority on flipping those spawns for P2. Prevail's going to do a good job of putting a dent in that top side. Control does get traded out. Looks like for the time being, we still have Team Marshy on that strong side. A lot of forward pressure right now for Team Gannon.
Yeah, and they do go ahead and get those splits to come in. P2 is all of our minds being thought. Solo going to be able to get some transitional kills. That's going to lock it down here for the rotation. Marshy as well trying to be the tip of the spear. Things starting to get a bit topsy-turvy. See a blue lighting it up, and Garage instantly gets devoured by Marshy and crew, as Flirt is yet again doing crazy things. That's a full wipe. Everyone now on the flip side of things going to be having to hit through water, and well, Cravings is doing God's work there on that front. Mans is finally going to be dealt with, but the damage done. No time being collective as of right now, as the foot scramble towards the objective leads both teams a little bit of a toss-up.
Slow start for Ganeth, being at that ping disadvantage, but the rest of the squad going crazy off the start right here. Similar situation on the flip side. Marshy a little slow to get going, but this time it's going to be Cravings. 11 kills, first man to double digits in the lobby. Trying to lock down that white room. Not going to be able to stay alive right there, but Flirt, Tempest does the damage right there to secure the hard point and sliding on through. Not allowing any easy avenues onto the objective. Learn slides the corner through the concussion, able to find the kill. Marshy is there for the final one, and on the rotation they go as Team Marshy leads by about 25 heading into P3.
Yeah, and they've got the lead here on this rotation too. 3 players on towards defensive site. They don't have top office control for the time being, but the players who are here for the side of Ganeth have opted to hop down. Top side controls locked in. Learn and crew split spawns, trying to get something rolling. They are just going to be fed to the beast. That is Cravings. King's also getting to the mix as well. Here comes the War Machine. out for Cravings as he's trying to make it rain damage, but Random's going to be able to do the same thing as well as does it better. Prevail clears out the warehouse, and we've got ourselves an interesting P3.
2 players on the objective right here. Flirt with a nade to connect over the top, but it's going to be Random locking in that barn side control. I think we just saw an Equals getting wiped off the page. May have been Prevail as he loses all progress right there. Would like to find more value, especially on rotation right here. He's going to get spotted, but what a move. He puts on Flirt right there. He doesn't care what type of tournament you had. He's going to do everything he can to put you in the blender, and he does indeed. Still only 16 points separating these two teams. King's going to get shut down, looking to pinch from mid. Wing's going to drop as well. Learn. Claw. What type of value can he find? He's got eyes towards spawn. Backing up right there, finds another onto Flirt, and it's finally going to be Wing shutting him down, but just like that, the lead has flipped, and Team Ganeth now in the driver's seat.
Oh yeah, P4, very mixy, very spicy. Indeed, getting a bit scary if you're Marshy and crew. Have no fear, Rockside is here. They've got the time for it being. Flirt starting to pick things up, is able to pop his Tempest, is tucked away in the corner looking for anybody. Misses his shots there. Oh, good night, buddy. Boxing gloves too, that's tough. Is able to follow up with one, but Prevail able to take him down, and that's going to be another break back in favor as the test does come through back in blue. They're going to be dealt with. Marshy and crew now on the outskirts trying to find a little bit of a setup for P1. They're going to be down by about 15 points rolling into it.
Random trying to lock down mid, but Kings hops up water side. Big kill right there. It's going to slow down that rotation from mid. It seems like the kills have been coming through for Team Marshy, but much lower success rate of actually converting it into hardpoint time, which you got to give credit to Team Ganeth. 59 seconds on the hardpoint for Random. Absolutely a big reason that they are still in the lead in this one. Solo gonna get shut down off of 1 kill from the Death Machine. Marshy trying to hop the objective. He's taken out as well, but somehow the squad's still able to lock in time, and even with the kills not going their way, we see Team Ganeth hopping back on the point. Ganeth doing everything he can to contribute, even with the gunfights not necessarily going his way. 59 seconds in the hard point already.
Yeah, you can't ask more than that from the man himself. He's not going to be putting up in the KD department. Make sure you are playing that hill to a T. Also helps when you got guys like Random who are doing absolute marvelous wonders here on the objective. He's over 70 seconds and counting. 109 to 81. The early setup going to be made, but it could be spoiled. They are surrounded on this front, but they're doing everything to pave the front lines. Back lines now trying to be solidified by Revel. He's able to win a big gunfight in the opener. Looks like it might be the first wave down. Prevail trying to throw his shoulder into it. Is going to be dealt with. In white they go. Random wins a big, but it's not going to be enough for the break.
Marshy doesn't know there's one coming from White Room. He's shut down. Flirt, opportunity with the Tempest, but the nade hits in the hands of Prevail as well. Learn. Claw, first real operator value we've seen in the past minute. Trying to put shots onto Kings. He said, you know what? I'll do it with the Switchblade anyway. Heck of a feed out of the old man right there. And Team Ganeth now very much back in the driver's seat, up 30, and trying to hold on to this hard point. We see Team Marshy scrapping, trying to find any time that they can here on the backside, but no angles under Prevail for Marshy. Puts the moves on him, but can't get the shots to connect.
Yeah, you can tell he's a little bit shaky there on those shots. It is what it is. Prevail just coming out on top time and time in. 133 to 101. It is a nail biter so far. Still lead being held in the hands of Team Ganeth, who have capitalized on any and every opportunity to hop this objective. Random on the rotation up top. Going to be able to find one. Prevail trying to get his foot on the objective to do. And it's down to a 1v1. His one shot. King shut down. Prevail doing everything here. Bobby, I know we were talking about getting some listen-ins in. While the kettle is hot, let's go ahead and hop in with Team Ganeth. What do you think?
Sounds good.
Orange type.
E-box, E-box, E-box. E-box dead. Top plant, one shot.
Dead, yeah. Nice one.
I'm contesting. One inner, guys.
In on me, outer. Outer, nice,
Very
boys.
Yes,
Get that scrap and rotate,
One top.
One more, con. He's going new.
Con. Dead, dead.
I'm going new.
2
I'm going new.
2 bar to new. 2 bar to new. One more. Bro, play scraps, play scraps. We got this. We got this.
I'm going open.
Tempest on new.
Where?
Bro, one is coming.
One dead on new.
P3 top. P3 top. Window.
Tempest half. Tempest half. Left up inner. Inner.
Inner got me. Inner got. He went outer.
Equi dead. One more B mid. 1 HP, guys. B mid 1 HP. Open 1 HP.
One office. Nice.
One pushing. I'm coming B mid with Equi, guys. Hold up.
Open got me. Open pushing office.
Office. Yeah, push up office. Office top. One guy. One waters.
Office dead. Office
What was
dead.
that?
One waters. I'm coming with Equi.
waters alive,
Open half.
waters alive.
Open. He's balcony open.
One pushing aggro. Dead.
He's dead. Aggro.
One more open dead. I have Equi. Wait for me.
Outside. One more inner outside.
1 HP, bro. 1 HP. 1 HP. Not 1 HP.
Where?
1 point.
Yeah, Brett. Alright, slow down. Get a good break.
One water.
Maybe the Bobby Curse striking again right there. We hop into a listen-in with Team Ganeth, and that lead completely evaporates. All of a sudden, we got Team Marshy in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it looked like they were going to steer away with 30 seconds plus in each of these hills. Right now, we're dead even. 162. Marshy hadn't been denied in this one just yet. Getting gathered up for what could be our last set of hills. We'll see how this pans out. A lot of contested on through. Topside control looking to be earned. Big back and forth checkered feed. And, well, the time being, it's going to be Marshy able to take the little bit of advantage on the objective. But P1s are mixy as hell. It's very hard to gather any kind of momentum from that.
Yep. They actually, the second we hop out of the listen and they get that lead back in their control, Flirt's still doing everything he can here in the respawns. 43-29 with 124 seconds. Just a different type of presence for this squad. Single-handedly keeping them in this one. Tempest, what can you find? One on Ganeth, one below. Doesn't spot him out, but the kills go through regardless. And now looking to flip out those spawns. Spots out Solo, one more onto Random, and he is schmoving across the map right now, single-handedly paving a way to P2. That Hunter Killer is going to go out and working on the Pred as well. Shots on the Prevail, doesn't overchill right there. Going to sit back, play his heady. Once again, an opportunity for them to lock in some big time, and a two-piece right there is going to earn the EMP system.
Oh, man. Flirt. Getting kinky with it. My God. Absolutely frying. Finds one there with a Predator. Solo is going to be taken down. Prevail trying to be the tip of the spear. Is going to be yet again dealt with. Flirt on 51. Finally, someone gets a trade. That means a break. Big ops coming through and invested here for it. And it's much needed time now for the side of Team Ganeth. 30 seconds left and remaining. Solo on the outskirts doing everything, but it's Fleur yet again back in the objective. Jesus Christ! This guy is everything.
54 on the board. Tempest,
Brother.
not going to find much value right there. Probably the least valuable Tempest we've seen out of him, but it only seems to take him maybe 45 seconds to get it charged back up again. So I'm sure we'll be seeing it sometime again soon. He's put his team back in the driver's seat. Now up 18 as we rotate to P3. 3 players close by. King's locking down top side. It's pretty much Random all by his lonesome to try to lock things down. Slide peek for Marshy will go through for the kill. Pick up the time, but not for very long as things get contested and they remain mixy in the midst of the smoke right here. Marshy taken down. Flirt en route to the hard point. Wings going to go ahead and pop War Machine and see what type of clearance he can find.
Well, this is going to be massive here. Fences is wide open for the taking. 35 seconds left to take off of it. Nobody should be able to win here. We should be getting a game, or a P4 rather. Wings and crew now onto the objective. Still contested, dealt with. One more to go. It's Random. Through the smoke, he's able to stay alive and keep the dream rolling. Still down by about 23 as we're getting geared up for our 4th hill. No telling where this one's going to end, though, as things are getting a bit dicey as we still see a contest on fences. The rotation should be fought for here in a moment. And if you're in blue, Team Marshy, you're sitting perfectly set up for either an early rotation or for a break. Anything can happen here in Rocks. We'll see what they can do here early on.
Team Gannis really got to lock in. No margin for error. Big kill for Random. Finding at least some contest time here on P4, but no shots across. Marshy's there for the kill. Flirt 60 bomb for him, and what do you know? He's got another Tempest popped. They're going to be spawning directly below him. Finds one with one on rotation, but Ganeth with the nade to take him out. Gives his team a chance, but there's not enough time. They got to get to the point, and they can't touch. Flirt leading the way with 61 in map number 1. And he continues to put on masterclass after masterclass.
Yeah, seducing them with the shots, man. Wow. What a map. P2 was, I mean, chef's kiss, Bobby. It's, I mean, we'll look away and shy away from the premature Tempest that he popped, right? I mean, that's excusable when you're doing things like he's doing. 61 and 36 with 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Oh, hell. Tip of the spear. He's the cavalry. He's the Felix. He's everything. Any kind of line of defense that you need, he can do it all, buddy. Is a one-man wrecking crew. And surely was the reason why. I mean, I'm not going to say the one and only reason, but I mean, we all watched what he did there in that map, right?
I mean, you can't really argue with those numbers. 2 minutes and 10 seconds and the hard point plus 25. 60 bomb making it look like nothing. There's really not much more that you can ask for out of him.
Yeah, I mean, if he did, what would break his back, man? That camel's moving, baby. Jesus. Getting geared up for game number 2. And what looked like was a solid start for Ganeth. You get into the ring with a team that also likes to play the objective. And guess what? They're good with the gunnies just as well. And they've got a killer on their squad in Flirt who, let me just tell you, he is not taking no for an answer. Coastal is where we're going to be heading for that map number 2, Bobby. This is going to be it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and once again, a question of what type of sniper presence are you getting? We saw Cravings, a.k.a. Wings, just dominating in the last round, I believe, against Team Cisco. We'll see if he can continue to do that, because on the flip side, you got Ganeth, who, not against Team Cisco, Ganeth played against Cisco. You got Ganeth, who's going to be in that sniper role, and once again, much more comfortable for him than anything else. I think it's just a question of, are you okay giving up that sniper role to somebody that's at a disadvantage as a result of their ping, or do you want to switch things around? I don't anticipate they're going to change. He has not struggled with the sniper in hand, maybe not the performances that we would see in a normal environment, but I think he's definitely still going to be able to have an impact. It's just a question of, with the way that Cravings is playing, will he be able to go toe-to-toe?
Yeah, that's really the case. If you're looking at it from head-to-head perspective, you couldn't even win the head-to-head against Cisco, and now you're in the ring with possibly a much better sniper. I'm not going to discount Cisco because he's hit some crazy shots, done some crazy things, won some crazy events. Sent home packing early, though, in this event. Like I said, the head-to-head against Cravings is going to be, where it's going to be, fought and won at. Marshy's crew did take that search and destroy on Wings, started to get heating up. It's about what he's going to be able to deliver here early on, because he's a slow starter in the search and destroy, right? So, if Ganeth and crew can take advantage of that early on and build themselves a little bit of lead, don't let him get too hot, mitigate that damage. Maybe it's no harm, no foul.
All right, we'll see what they can do. I think we've seen some big performances out of Solo on this map as well. So you got to think, even if Ganeth's maybe not playing at his best, Solo might be able to single-handedly turn the tides. Obviously, Prevail super consistent here as well. Should be another good one. We haven't had any maps that have really disappointed us so far today, outside maybe that 3-0 control. So expecting this one to be close through and through, with an opportunity for Team Marshy to secure a spot in the grand finals right here. I'm sure they would love to do that sooner than later.
Oh, absolutely. For them to deliver our first 2-0 of the day, certainly not out of the hands. We'll see if Solo and crew and Ganeth can find their way back in this series after what looked like, was 30-point lead all the way through that hard point. As soon as we jumped into the VCs, man, we go back to it. That's exactly where things started to go wrong, or maybe just go right for Marshy and his squad. So maybe we don't harp too much on that, and we'll just leave it to Marshy and crew doing great things. Flirt was an absolute devastating. He's an abomination if you're facing him. But everyone's readied up. Coastal is on our minds as we head over to the seaport. We'll see this series end or maybe bring us new life for the side of Ganeth.
All right. See what we got, ladies and gentlemen. We are good to go here on map number 2. Eyes on Cravings, who's going to have that sniper in hand to get things started. Little hop-up angle, not able to connect on the cross there. I mean, Solo's going to be able to get into position and wreak havoc, but double smokes on the push right here as they go back and forth. It is going to be Flirt finding first blood. Looking to find some more. It's actually his teammates that do the damage, and he's going to be able to get the bomb down early. Ganeth with an opportunity to try to knock off that flamethrower, and it's Lurn finding 3! He slips through the back line and single-handedly ends the round.
Oh, slipstreaming it through, buddy. 200 IQ, 3-piece, hat trick. Learn, doing big things in Search of Destroys. Much needed one to start off that one because they clear B-side out rather quickly. See if Cravings can get the timing there on the cross. Doesn't necessarily opt to go for that time around. Instead, he's going to be chowed here by Ganeth. Doesn't spot the top side. Ganeth now going to swing it and certainly does put him down early. So I mentioned that damage being mitigated early on. It's so far been kept to a minimum. And while the B or A side hit rather is not going to be proving to be any kind of fruitful, Flirt, you drop 60 in the hard point. Can you drop a 3-piece here and retaliate and put your team on board?
Tell you what, there's not been a whole lot of patience in these S&D rounds. Very decisive, which you do like to see, but if you can't really convert it into actual site control, then it's a completely different question. We'll see if we see a change of approach right here and maybe a little bit of a slowdown for Team Marshy as they go down 2-0 early on. Wings still looking to get that first kill. Same for Marshy. Once again, the defensive setup looking very, very comparable for Team Ganeth right here as they go 2-2-1 on the split. One player locking down a long, 2 now getting real aggressive across mid. And Wings has got to deal with at least one of these players. They're not going to overextend either. Now the big gunfight underway for Solo and Flirt. So they're having a bit of a peek off.
Yep. Huge shout out to Prevail, getting the job done. Out of sight, out of mind. Rotates all the way back through. No face, okay. Shot's not landing for Cravings either. Solo going to be able to sneak his way on in and finds that kill as the hop-up jump proves to be fruitful again here in the B-side windows. We know how lethal that can be with a shotgun in his hand. We've seen it time in and time out. So 3 players left standing on the right-hand side of the screen. Nothing rolling here early in favor of Marshy.
Solo botched his concussion nade, threw it at himself, and somehow still won the gunfight, and then takes 2 more as a result. Wings too far away he's too far away for him to get the kill, but teammates find the trades. Man, oh man, things just keep getting better and better for Team Ganeth. He's already got 2 kills on the board as well. So finding a little bit more early momentum than we've seen in some of the other matchups. He's going to be able to get Trophy down and get some mid presence here as well. And, ooh, hit marker. Would have been nice to find that pick, but he at least ward off that mid-map push. And just like that, they find 2 kills anyway.
Oh, man, they're just running at him right now, Bobby. This is not a good sight for Marshy. As a matter of fact, they do the deed. They get back right to their post. 2 players left standing. This seems like just an individual effort at this point. Revel, last man standing in a 1v5. He's going to be tailed there by Prevail. Not able to slip on through the side of that corridor. And that's going to be 4 rounds in a row. They are starting it quick. As Ganeth and Cross said, I know that Wings was going to have a slow start. Where they'd be able to capitalize on that. And they surely have.
All right. We'll see if Marshy and company can stop the bleeding right here. But just nothing really going right for them. Trying a different approach. Now 3 players pushing mid. Learn's going to be point of contact right here. He takes down Flirt. Only going to be able to find 1. And they do find 2 kills in the process. So first man advantage they've seen all game long. This time around, going to hit a wrap back toward the A side, which I don't think is going to be the read for Team Ganeth. In fact, it's going to be a complete opposite read. They're able to clear everything out. Marshy pre-firing, making sure they're not afforded any extra opportunities. And Nate's still going out of Team Ganeth to a position where there's nobody. This is absolutely Team Marshy's round to win.
Yeah, it is indeed. But look at where Random is. He's getting the wall bangs down. He's getting us a little hint of game, and surely enough, Prevail going to be able to swoop on in. Gets to Marshy. Last player left standing. We're going to need to see some Marshy things out of him. As the 1v3 would be an ever so devastating clutch, but it doesn't look like it's going to be in the cards. Bomb was planted. And a 3v4 ensues. Random hitting those wall bangs. Welcome to the big leagues, bud.
All right. Well, looked like a winnable round for Team Marshy until it didn't. He gets that first kill on the board, but regardless, this not a lot going right for them. Random made weak across mid, but it's going to be Wings finding the kill. One for Kings as well, and once again, they find that man advantage. It's just a question of if they can convert. They trade out solo. Prevail now doing something, no way. They bring a 2v4 into a 2vx once again. Marshy all alone. 1v1, and oh my gosh, the leads continue to evaporate as it's now 6-0 here for Team Ganeth. They said, we're going to map 3 whether you like it or not.
I mean, this could absolutely be a vibe killer. Or we could see a devastating comeback, too. OT is where it needs to be heading to. Rebel open up with the first blood. Solo going to be walking through. Nade shot over the top there for Learn. Able to clear out the back lines. They're looking for this A-side hit. And surely enough, Bomb Carrier, I don't know if I necessarily like this position, but this is why he is the pro player and I am the caster. He's going to be able to swoop in, finds one. Rebel can't handle the heat. Get out of the kitchen. We're on map point for a reason. Learn. Going big here in this last round, potentially. It's all up to Marshy.
Marshy takes shots, 1 bullet away from the kill, but with him getting away alive, Marshy's just going to go for style points at this point. He said, I'll slide on through. End the round quickly, and it is 7-0. Learn versus Marshy for not the first time.
Marshy didn't play in that game. Come on, don't be throwing. Marshy wasn't allowed that.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Marshy, I forgot. Marshy.
Yeah,
Marshy
he's
loves
self
the bench.
benched. Yeah, he does.
Freaking Marshy.
Yikes. Okay. Well, maybe he would have because he didn't do a dang thing in these 1v2s, 1v3s. He didn't do Marshy things that we're used to, right? Prevail did Prevail things, and man, was he prevailing. I get the name now. Makes sense. Learn as well. These two just combined for some great veteran skills here in the Search or Destroy and deliver a 7-0. Who would have known godlike players could do it that well in Search or Destroy, chat?
And who else but Prevail and Learn to lead the way? 12-4, 11-3. Probably the best map that we've seen out of Learn so far in this competition. Locking in at the right time as they get ready to head into the control. And got to think that's got to be at least some element of momentum.
I agree. I 100% agree. If it were on any other game mode than Control heading into it, the respawns and the kills have just favored. I mean, you said it. They've been blowing people out in the KD department, the kill department. This is where that needs to thrive at. And if Flirt can drop, a 50 bomb or a 40 bomb here, that'd be also great for for the calls. If it gets that far, we'll see what Marshy and crew have up their sleeve. Ganeth, they got the work cut out for them. They got themselves this far very convincingly. Can they make the most of it?
All right. It is going to be raid control here for map number 3. I don't even know if we've watched raid control this week. I guess that's only been there for the matchups that we ended up only going 2-0. So first time in the event that we'll see raid control. I think we got all of our players readied up, so we should be good to go. And this is win or go home. Obviously, you like the additional prize pool, but you want a shot at that 4K grand prize. See who's going to be competing for it as we head into our final matchup of the lower bracket. We're underway, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Team Ganeth on the offense to get things started.
High stakes here, $1,500 is the difference between winning and losing this one. Guaranteed. Obviously, you want that number one spot, as Bobby mentions, 4K online. First hit over towards the pool side, random. Leading the pack there with it. And there's plenty of action inside of that money room. He's going to be able to piece one through. It's going to be Flirt dealt with early as time is being collected double. One on A, one on B. And well, with random being dealt with, now the focus should shift towards that middle of the map, towards Ring. And it is certainly doing so, but defense is going to be able to strike back.
Random locking down mid, type 63 in hand and making his way forward. It goes full yellow in the feed for Team Ganeth as reinforcements arrive over on that B objective. Solo pushing towards spawn. And Random's going to be able to pick up yet another. One player left on the objective. Flirt looking to get going right here. Obviously, that 60 bomb in the hard point, but very different pacing here in the control. To make the adjustments, both teams looking very even off the start. Lives are completely even. Big kill right there out of Solo. Make it 2 caps of objective progress already through for Team Ganeth.
Yeah, looking for that second complete one there onto B. They're doing a little bit of double time. Marshy finally going to get some help from port. He's able to push through. Random's going to be able to try and get something rolling on through. As Solo continuing his dominance here on ringside. That's going to be a complete capture in 153 is your timeline. Solo now trying to evade Kings yet again, looking for that revenge. Might very well do so. Kings, oh my god, dude, he's just in his mind rent-free.
He's just abusing him every time he tries to make his way back. Cred's been earned. Not even going to use it on Kings right there. No value found outside of the information, but they find the kills regardless. And Marshy, last man standing on the inside of Kitchen. He's going to get shut down. And now a load man on the inside of Cabana in Wings. He's taken out. And left and right, they're dropping like flies. Solo has still not been killed. It's finally going to be Wings to drop him. But now it's a 2-life lead for Team Ganeth. And only an objective and a half needed. I think they probably go ahead and win this one by lives unless something goes terribly wrong.
Yeah, there's no way you lose that. Marshy, 1v6, hold the phone. Ooh. There it is. Learn with the capture. He had one on time as well. So Marshy had an idea of where one was, but couldn't precisely pinpoint where Learn was coming from. It certainly pays the price. That one came down to the wire. Marshy crew falling short of a firm defense. We'll see the payoff round now as things. Solo's got to be in. Someone's got to answer for Solo. He is just an outright terror to deal with.
Oh my gosh.
On top of that, he's got a death machine just mowing you down.
Gets another one right there. Marshy gets dealt with by Learn, and just like that, they've got life lead. Although, with the damage that he's done, you would have thought that it was bigger than it is. It's actually immediately equalized here, as well as Team Ganeth responds, or rather Team Marshy responds, trying to get pushed forward. Not going to be able to get a whole lot of map control, but I don't think that first tick of progress has even been locked in on B. No, it hasn't, so they're going to remove that. And Flirt now getting pushed forward as he's starting to get heated up as well.
You got to hit those, bud. We're popping Annie. You've got to be flawless. Misses 2 in the wind. There we go. Captures 1 there. Trying to lead the way on towards the middle of the map. Maybe we hit B. Maybe we don't. Shot's not landing there. Finally, the follow-up does come through. He's in double digits, so we're starting to play ball a little bit. Life lead's starting to get a little out of hand. And no ticks of progress as time expires on the clock, as does that Annihilator for him. The good thing is he's been able to clear a little bit of space there for this hit to come through for Pool. A side looks like it might be a lockdown. Let's see if Solo and crew can stop it.
Sliding on through, but Marshy there with the pre-fire. Random, the only player not wiped off of that push. That means some free A progress right here as Marshy locks things down, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive as well. One player weak means he's going to be able to hop back onto the objective. Continues to move upward, but you got to be careful of these lives. The thing is, with only 15 seconds remaining, there's not any easy routes to take this the rest of the way through. You've got to keep that clock stopped, and you got to win gunfights, and unfortunately, neither of those things are happening.
Yeah, they're losing lives. Fast, Bobby. 4 seconds is the clock. Make it 2, make it 1. Marshy is able to prolong this one yet again, but he drops, it's over. He steps off the objective, it's over. He misses shots like that, it's over. Not able to capture that first kill. Solo going to be able to put his foot onto the contest. One tick of progress. They're just going to continue to run circles around him. He says, you know what, hell this. I'm just going to hop off the objective. Nobody's going to be able to regain any kind of operator advantage off of him. 200 IQ of his play. So 2 rounds in a row, they've been, I mean, let's just be realistic. It's 9 rounds in a row. It's continuing on from the search and destroy, and Marshy just hasn't had an answer back. They gotta stand firm here in this one.
Yeah, and it was, once again, we talked about the question of consistency, especially for a lot of these newer players, and just struggling to keep up right now. Is Wings not having the performances that we've seen out of him. Revel very much in the same boat. Gannett's going to hop up with the Annihilator, see what type of damage he can do. He's able to find one, keeps them pinned back toward Laundry, and finds another one onto Wings as well. Things continue to go from bad to worse as Gannett having himself a map in the melee onto Marshy too. Go ahead and earn some streaks, why don't you? 16 kills on the board. No ping, no problem. We're back in the driver's seat with that life lead and already an objective tick captured.
Annie, the staff, it doesn't matter, man. He's Leonidas. Up close and personal, putting it right in your chest. Gannett putting on for the squad here in this one. 1 round away from getting a potential grand finals under their belt. Bobby, 2 ticks of progress. Time is starting to collect real fast on both fronts. And things starting to slip out of Marshy's hands yet again. Could this be the beginning of the end for them?
Definitely seems that way. Flirt in the top side, gonna do some damage to slow down the push. Definitely need to clear that progress. Got about 3/4 of a tick that's just being kind of left on the table and nobody doing anything about it right there. Flirt cross mid, not gonna be able to spot out Prevail. Once again, the life lead not unmanageable. Marshy slides the corner to find one. But Prevail's going to come through, equals in hand. Death Machine pops for Solo as well. And they're full committing on the push right here with a 5-life lead. Is about as winnable as it gets. Prevail shut down, but Solo still alive on the objective with the Death Machine. Nobody's trying to stop him. Finally, somebody's going to contest from the side as Wing shuts him down. But man, oh man, they've got to be perfect.
That just came down to the wire. Obviously, it's 6v6 now. Marshy able to pull out his operator. Does find 2 before he's done. No more respawns left. This is the last line. Bobby, 1 tick of progress need to be collected here for Gannett. They can win it via that or via kills.
Smokes go down. Revel knows he's got to get away from there. No operators on either team. Marshy finds 2 right there. Could not have timed that any better. And everybody's trapped in the mid-map right now. No real avenues for an easy exit. They've got to find their way onto the objective. It looks like some of that progress has been removed from A as well, though a lot still being left on the table. They're very much banking on this being one big TDM. Prevail's going to be the tip of the spear. See what he can find right here. What a shot onto Revel! And just like that, it's equalized to 4v4.
4v4, 32 seconds on the clock. No need to push or rush this one. Just 1 swoop of the shot should do it. Flirt gonna be sniffed out. Flirt's 1 shot. He's gonna get away. The takes of progress coming through. Solo, the last hit on through. He's got Lure with it. It's time.
Oh my gosh. Solo capped it. They had did they have 4 people alive?
It was a 4v4, and then Learn gets dropped. It's down to a 2v2. Solo wins 1 gunfight on the objective, and it's done.
Oh my gosh. All they had to do is, that's, why did they just leave time on the objective for no reason? Like, there was no reason not to remove that progress And it comes back to bite them in a big way as Team Marshy is going to be sent home in third. They come up short. It's Solo and Ganeth leading the way, both playing off server. Heck of a that's got to be the best performance we've seen out of Ganeth so far. He goes big when it matters most. Once again, Solo has been just such a dominant force for this squad for the entirety of the event. Congrats to them, and definitely a well-deserved spot in the grand finals all the way from round 1 of the lower bracket.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Sheesh, boys. That's all I can say. What an incredible end. I'd say, I mean, there's a couple of things I think I can take away from that. Obviously, Ganef, you talk about it, Bobby, all the way from losers round 1. These guys have been going hard the entirety of their bracket run thus far. We'll talk about the teams that they've kind of moved through here in just a second, but to kind of focus in on the match itself. Map number 1, I kind of thought Ganef was cooked. Straight up, I think, we talked about Ganef's individual performances hasn't necessarily been the most consistent over the course of the tournament. I think specifically in Hardpoint, definitely struggles. Shows up in that control, but maybe wasn't so much there in that map number 1. And then to kind of bounce back in the way that they did, Bobby, into a 7-0 search and destroy is freaking wild. They just ran through them, and I think a large part of that down to learn SMG presence on that map was actually pretty high level. And then a 3-0 raid control as well. They absolutely ran through their opposition on those last 2 maps, Bobby.
Yeah, and that was, once again, that last round, no question, should have been won by Team Marshy. They threw that pretty freaking hard, but credit to Solo, big brain play, just throw your body at the objective. That's your only chance to win, and he's able to make the winning play there, as well as a bunch of big-time plays leading up to that. So it was great to see Flirt kind of debut on the main stage. Excited to see what he can do in CDM. And even in that control had a solid performance, but unfortunately, rest of the squad just lagging behind a little bit. I think Revel and Cravings both kind of had up and down tournaments, and unfortunately, a little dip at the end ends up costing them. But it's going to be a blast to watch Team Ganeth versus Team Vague in the finals.
Yeah, just on that note about Flirt, I think it's an interesting thing, because if we're talking about this tournament as sort of a precursor to CDM, right, as this is, I guess, a little bit of a training ground for those players, a scouting ground, if you will. If we're talking about Flirt as a phenomenal hardpoint team, you've got to remember one of the rules in CDM is that people can be subbed in and out of maps and modes, right? So you can have a player subbed in for hardpoint and then sub them out for the search and destroy, or vice versa. So, hey, listen, Flirt might just be a hardpoint specialist that his team would have him in there for sure. Either way, it does mean that that team is done and dusted, and we have our 2 finalists ready to go. Team Vague versus a team that's made it all the way from lower bracket round 1 in Team Ganef. That is our final 2 teams. We're going to find out who is going to be our champion of the Call of Duty Bobby Invitational after a quick break. We'll see you for that grand finals.
Low Jack B. Low Jack B.
Welcome back already here for the final time to the Call of Duty Mobile Bobby Invitational. We had 8 teams enter and draft into the competition, and now we are down to our final 2. Just one will become our champion. It's Team Vague versus Team Ganef in our grand finals. I'm Infinity. This is Verdict and Bobby joining me here for this grand finals. These two gents have been smashing the cast throughout the entirety of the tournament so far, and we just have one more to go. I think it would be tempting to start this conversation, boys, with Team Vague, but I think we should probably talk about Team Ganef because these guys have made an incredible run all the way through the losers bracket. 4 matches on the bounce now to get to this point, Verdict.
Oh yeah, Bobby, if you've got the bracket pulled up, if you don't, pull it up now instantly, because this has got to be talked about. Not only did they get revenge on Tyrese, they take down Cisco in a very, very close matchup, and then they do the impossible against Marche and get the complete reverse sweep. That bracket run needs to be studied. If you need to go back and rewatch it, even from game number 1 for Team Ganef, it was dicey. Now it just leads them to this path against Team Vague, which has yet to drop a series, Bobby, or Infinity. This is going to be an interesting one. This has got to be the matchup that we've expected. Bobby called it early. He said Ganef's squad was slept on, and buddy, were they?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, these guys have shown up every single time that we've seen them. I think especially in the controls, that's where Team Ganef, at least in the last couple of series, they seem to have been a step ahead of pretty much everybody else. And even in the Search and Destroy as well. What was it? Like a 7-0 Search and Destroy in that last series, Bobby. These guys are going off. But I did want to come to you about Team Vague, and for good reason. Team Vague, we drafted them, and we did pretty well, it would seem, because these guys, as Verdict has said, have not dropped a match yet this entire tournament.
Yeah, they are obviously the only undefeated team coming out of the upper bracket and certainly earned this spot. Phenomenal consistency out of these guys, even with an off map here or there. It feels like when one player lags behind a bit, there's always at least 2 or 3 that are making up for it. So B's naturally kind of leading the way as the number 1 pick on the squad, but Vague with a couple of huge games himself. A little bit slow to start the day today, but ever since map number 2, they absolutely did not miss a beat. I think the big question here is going to be the question of coming from the upper bracket versus the lower bracket. Do you have that warm up? Are you feeling the momentum that you had coming into it? It's been a minute since they played an actual tournament match. They've probably been scrimming and whatnot, but will they have that momentum coming into the grand finals to be able to take it all the way?
Yeah, I mean, that is a good question to ask for sure. These guys have been sitting around for a few hours now. They will have probably played some warm-up matches of some kind, I gotta imagine. So they won't be coming in, at least personally, cold, but you know, it's going to take a while to garner some momentum into this series. And on that note, there is a little bit more room to maneuver in this grand final. We've been playing best of 3 all tournament long, and this grand final is going to be a best of 5. So even if you drop a map, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, ideally you don't want to do that. You don't want to come into this best of 5 cold, but still, you have a little bit more wiggle room if things do go awry right out the gate on this grand final. So there's a little look at our 2 teams then before we get into this grand final. Let's remind everybody for one more time what the prize pool is for this tournament. We had $10,000 on the line. Both of these teams have now guaranteed themselves $2,500, Verdict.
Yeah, they do indeed. And, everyone's looking for that 4K, though. And speaking of wiggle room, too, if you are Team Vague, if you are coming in cold on this one, if I'm not mistaken, and we might need a correction on it, if you do come in cold and you just get absolutely dumpstered, I do believe you get a reset, too. So there's no
Alright.
foul in the best of 5. So I was looking for clarification in the announcements. So I was kind of dozing off for a little bit just to make sure. But it does look like we have a reset if needed. I can get Bobby to confirm that for me, though.
It looks like it. Bobby,
Oh, we
have a
do?
reset
Oh, nice.
I think we do.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it yesterday. I was like, well, I don't know if we're gonna do a reset. We never got a confirmation, but it looks like day 2 matches reset if they can't close it out in 5 here.
Yeah, and I would say there is actually potential on the cards. Going back to the way that Ganeth has been winning matches, Bobby, right? We talk about their kind of propensity for winning controls in indomitable fashion, and then that 7-0 in Search and Destroy. Let's say, theoretically speaking, we'll do some theory crafting here, that these guys do kind of roll into this hard point. Momentum goes in their favor, they win the hard point, and they're able to kind of use that Search and Destroy and control prowess. We very quickly might be looking at a 3-0 and that reset. That could happen here.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think they're feeling really confident right here. It's just a question of if they can hit the regain up against a Team Vague that outside of really one map has looked nearly unstoppable. So I am curious to see what they're bringing into this. There is maybe a little bit more experience as far as big tournaments on Team Ganeth as well. Obviously, Ganeth's played in a ton of these. Prevail has, Learn has, Solo has. And over on Team Vague, it's Abiz, Vague, and that's kind of it. Everybody else is very, very new to this. So we'll see if the pressure gets to them or if they're up to the moment.
Yeah, imagine Cosmos in a grand finals, guys. We're feeling pretty good about it. On the other side, I want to give a shout out to some players on Team Ganeth for sure, because one player that you mentioned quite a bit, Bobby, here into this grand final is Solo, right? Solo has been playing incredibly well. He's surely the guy to watch here for Team Ganeth.
Yeah, no question. Solo has been cooking all tournament long. The experience is there. The confidence is there, and you got to think he's going to be an X factor heading into this one.
Yeah, Solo is the guy to watch for Team Ganeth. Verdicts real quick before we get into it. Team Vague, any players to watch?
Oh, it's got to be Vague himself. He has been dominant all throughout it. We're going to see him continue to dominate here or start cold and have to force a reset.
Alrighty, the stage is set. Team Vague versus Team Ganeth. Only one can walk away with $4,000 and the title of the inaugural Call of Duty Bobby Invitational Champions. They'll throw to the grand finals. See how this match goes.
All right, we're underway. 6 early seconds for Team Vague right here as they are once again not looking to miss a beat. Bilal with 3 kills early. Chaos inside the smoke as he picks up kill number 4 and does get stopped short of anything more than that. Solo, once again, hard committing to the R9. Not something that we see a whole lot anymore, but a bit of a comfort weapon and a little bit more range than some of the alternatives. It is Team Vague once again controlling this one. Bilal gets one more. Can't quite spot out Solo on rotation, but Learn shut down as well, and he is controlling these spawns to perfection. Keeps them spawning in the backside, and they're continuing to hunt for him, and they're just not having any type of success.
No, they're not indeed. He's starting a freaking streak, too. Finally going to be dealt with. Predator not earned. That's quite all right. Jibby. Tempest at the top side of the staircase. This is going to be one hell of a transition out in the open. As they're just going to continue to build upon that lead. The staircase not yet quite compromised. Nobody's been able to get across that line that's been drawn in the middle of the map, saying, hey, you got to cross here before you can get to the objective. Finally, some kills going to swing in favor as the checkered kill feed comes through. Still, it's Blue lighting up the feed. Not so fast, my friend. Random on the objective himself. Bilal there to wrap the rear, and surely enough, it is just a lockdown here just as well in P2. Not looking good for a start here is Ganeth squad's hemorrhaging early on.
Man, I mean, just once again, looking at the consistency, even with Cosmo not having his best map so far, still getting some time on the objective, and just about everybody else going double positive right now. Jibby at a 2 KD, Abiz at a 2.6, and Cosmo's gonna hop up to apply some pressure as they look to push on in to P3. One player left in Learn. He has no idea that Cosmo's there. Maybe a bit of a lapse in communication or just the audio cue's not working, but just like that, They've already broken on into P3 right here and continuing to build on this lead.
You know, they can't get too antsy, though. Those spawn flips come through rather quickly, and they are going to give away a secret. They're not going to give away the hill. No secret there. It has been a lockdown for Vague and crew. Finally, some time going to be collected in yellow. We're going to force them back for the time being. Random's trying to reel it back in for himself. Prevail on the objective. War Machine, not connecting. Does take down one, but not enough to show anything for it. Nonetheless, rotation over to be new. Much better rotation there for the side of Ganeth and crew. Much needed time. We'll see if they can connect the dots here to P4.
Huge break and also a huge setup toward new as Solo earns a couple with the Death Machine. From above, trying to find an additional angle, but his teammate's actually going to pick up the kills. He clears the last one on entry, but Talal pinched through the back sides, able to find a big-time kill. He shut down Ganeth. Annie, what can he find? One rotates through mid, but timing's not going to be there. He's going to get shut down by who else but Bees once again. Leading the way for the entire lobby with 21 on the board, but the trades go through. Doesn't matter. Vague having another big pop-off matchup as he hits that 21 marker, and his team continues to move upward. Looked a little shaky on P3. They've very much been back in control since.
Now it's time for Ganeth and crew to rack up. They got the full white. Cosmo is able to get the checkered feed up as well as Vague. He's going to get slaughtered out through, but Cosmo's still on the objective, and he's able to win a three-piece, making 4. My guy is Brian. They're here to stay here in the driver's seat. Bobby, ugly sights for Ganeth here in the first set of hills. Going to have to be an uphill battle moving forward, but can't be any worse than that first set.
Yeah, certainly no momentum problem for Team Vague in this one. Cosmo finally going to get shut down, but once again, you look at the KDs and basically nobody negative. Vague and Abiz still absolutely frying. That's a big reason you see that 75-point gap through the first set of hard points. Random, hit by the concuss, not going to be able to find anything. Team Ganeth just scrambling for some semblance of map control, some type of momentum. Prevail pushing on through. Equals charge, likely going to see that saved, and he's able to get a couple right there, doing some damage to try to clear out some mid-map control as they look to pick up scraps where they can to be able to flip out those spawns as well, and that should set them up well for rotation in P2.
It should, indeed. They got the head flip or map flipped on its head. Ganeth's doing God's work in the objective. Finally, he's going to be dealt with. Chibi able to find 2 before he's dropped. Middle of the map, this one, it's dicey for a reason. Out in the wide open, you literally got to be running circles around the objective in order to maintain a prevail. Looking to pull a Hail Mary off here with his equalizers. Able to find 2 in the feed. Getting some map space. He is able to clear Bees as well. Vague finally going to be able to find the answer back to it, but damage is done. He's got a double kill of his own. Will it be enough for the break here as the contest does come through?
Vague reinforces the point. This time he's got equals of his own. There's War Machine right there, and he pushes directly into it, throws away his equalizer, and that provides an opportunity for Random's War Machine to get up onto the objective. Abiz is there to trade, but time being gained by them, but not for long. Vague entries from mid. 2 players looking to make their way through. Not today. 1 more learned there to shut it down, but the damage has been done. They regain complete control on the objective. And once again, full reset and leave Team Ganeth spawning far away from P3.
Oh, man. It just continues to get worse. Think when you see a silver lining and then all of a sudden it's a sea of blue in your feed. Racking it up. 160. 293. We've seen comebacks today. We've seen comebacks tonight. We've seen master classes. This one has been a solid affair so far for Vague and crew. They've got a 70-point advantage. They got spawns for new, and they got a good perimeter set up. Cosmo up top, making it rain. Finally going to be dealt with as 3 light up in yellow. Make it 4. Hold the phone. 1 left in the objective, but he's got a Tempest, Bobby. Not able to prevail them from coming through.
Once again, great break approach out of Team Ganeth. It's been very clean on P3 both times around, and Team Vague not really putting up much of a fight, trying to apply some pressure from that balcony position, but still not able to make their way onto the objective. Finally, Abiz breaks on through. When you consider only maybe 15 seconds lost there, things could have been a lot worse. They reinforce completely, take control back, now find themselves up 70 points and continuing to climb, not making anything easy on the entry here.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're going to flood through old in order to get this access to new. Solo up top trying to be a lifeline onto the objective. He's going to get lost, and well, now it's an all-out scramble. Everyone splitting across the map. One player in blue, that's going to be Cosmos. He's going to be dealt with. The opening hit now going to be successful for the side of Ganeth and crew. It's Solo on the objective. As his name says, he's going to have to do it solo. Can't afford to get the job done. Learn, spawns in, dies. This is getting bad. Bobby, 191 and counting. They're tossing everything and the kitchen sink at him. War Machine, Death Machine, everything. Pinning them back deep. Finally, a contest going to come through. But what's the show for it? The last 30 seconds, 200 points gathered up. Team Vague completely in the driver's seat.
They are 100% in control, and they're feeling confident. Let's head to a listen in to see how they're feeling.
Two. They're pushing up right now, pushing up. Nice, one way. We got ones. Window.
Room down.
Under you. Close right. Abuse. One.
I got
Nice,
it.
good job. Good fucking shit.
B2.
Top is two.
I'll spread for you guys. Guys, one P2 and one blue.
Bottom blue now.
Oh, one ring. Double center ring. Half.
One B2.
On top of you, dead. One under sidewalk. Bottom right.
Dead.
Last 1v2. They just one way.
Under you. Abhi's nice.
One machine wide. Yeah, they might be spawning wide.
One ticket flanking you. Behind you, Jimmy. Behind you.
Red board.
Equal B side.
This is one shot.
Equals dead.
Nice.
I got EMP. I'm popping it.
Yeah, go ahead. One ticket. Take a corner. On you, Jimmy.
Red.
Nice. Top side.
Top red. One top red.
Oh, top right. I'm going for top right. Good call. Hold up.
Top red dead.
Contest.
One HP. Top blue.
I got shot.
Dead.
One more.
I'm plugging you. Double
Nice.
side.
I mean, the comms are just elite right there. Vague, just the voice of everything, really, calling out as much as he possibly can. And that whole time, Abiz was just abusing them, running circles around that squad. He's up to 50 now and a 75-point lead, looking like a very good chance that Team Vague takes that momentum to close out the map. Vague trying to make it a three-piece, not quite enough ammo to get that last kill. But once again, the slaying is just so lopsided.
It is. Ganeth and crew on their final leg. Comm check, pass, vibes, everything. You mentioned it. If this win goes through, it is all through those comms. You heard it from Vague himself. That is the captain comms of a player who wants to win. And it shows. Predator out there from Bees. Not going to be able to find anything with it, but damage is done. 245 and counting. Game one coming down to the wire. No mistakes need to be made here. If your team Ganeth, guys, gotta hold the fort down if you want to continue on in this hardcore.
We got 350, well, nearly 350 bombs. If Vague can get another one right here, but to be honest, Abiz and Talal might soak up all the kills. Vague gets that one to notch the 50 bomb. And they certainly did not suffer at all from any loss of momentum heading in from the upper bracket in the driver's seat from start to finish right there. And it showed in the scoreboard big time. Once again, credit to Cosmo for doing the dirty work. Didn't necessarily take the most engagements, but only -7 and 2 minutes in the hard point, leading the way for his squad. And Team Ganeth may be looking a little bit out of breath here.
Yeah, they got bodied, and it wasn't even a case where they had a lead and they butchered it like they did against Marshy. It was just a case of being outclassed from beginning to end. You look at that impact on the map. I don't think I've ever seen anything where everybody on one side is 183 and up. That's ridiculous. That'll just show you how they moved with a purpose throughout it. And Cosmos, you go -7. But you put up 2 minutes in the hill, I'll take that trade. I'll take that trade all day. If I can have those numbers and get wins like that, yeah, hell yeah. Do the dirty work for the squad. And when the challenge was arisen, he was there on the objective from beginning to end. So map 1 under under Vague's belt. They got to be feeling good after that. We were talking about coming in this series cold. There wasn't anything cold about that.
Nope, not at all. I didn't even realize B's going 60-30, so exactly 2 KD in that one. Vague, great performance. Talal, plus 18. Cdbi, even with him not having the most kills, still goes plus 5 with a minute 20. There's just not a weak spot in there. And on the flip side, credit to Learn, probably his best map so far, especially given what he was going up against. Obviously, -7, not necessarily his best map, but the fact that he was able to put up the most kills on the squad while also getting the most hardpoint time, probably a big reason why that was not a 100-point club.
Yeah. That's tough, you know. Game 1's done. It's over with. It's a best 5. You got to pace yourself. If you're Vaguing crew, though, you're just looking to get this one over as quickly as possible. The sooner you do, the better that money translates to being a lot better for your squad. We're looking at fighting for 4K versus 2,500. So no scoff at taking home 500 for yourself, but 800 apiece would be a lot better.
I promise I did not pick the map pool, but we're getting ready to head to the one and only Meltdown. Another showdown. To be fair, last time Vague played Meltdown, his squad was actually frying. So you would anticipate that, especially with a Bees by his side, Talal on the sniper, pretty good chance that they at least put up a good fight here. But you got double godlike players on the opposite side in Prevail and Learn. Can't ever feel too terribly confident heading into map number 2. We'll see if they can bounce back and make this one a series.
I'll say this is one of the very few maps they've dropped this event. It was against Tyrese, and I will say, Vague did everything he could to make sure that map was close, but ultimately not won. Learn, opening up with the first blood. Is going to get traded out as the law going to be able to find bloods. 2 for 2, make it 2 for 3. As Prevail just running through him right now. Brush his shoulders with somebody. Vague gets boxed out, baby. Woo! Felt that one.
That was, didn't waste any time. That's absolutely for sure. Prevail, not trying to allow that momentum to slip into game number 2. Shuts him down early on. That's 3 kills off the bat for him. Gonna stay aggressive here on the defensive side. This time, Team Vague gonna sit back a little bit, not wanting to overextend, throw away lives that you don't have to. Vague's making his way up toward mid, and actually rocking the shotgun, which I don't know if I've ever seen him use before. See if he can do any damage right here. Prevail right around the corner. You would think that's got to be the first engagement of the round. Still one player lower in solo with a shotgun as well, and they're just waiting for that first point of contact to hit. Vague not able to connect there with the HSO.
Yeah, it does throw a shoulder. Spots Prevail. Prevail's going to be occupied. Not even going to be a factor. Is the law going to be able to take the kill? That's a lot of space going to be taken up now as the map's going to be taken on its head. Bomb's going to go down along with it. That's going to leave Ganeth and Random in a 1v or 2v5. Make it a 1v5 as Random's last player standing is going to get shut down. That's a flawless round. Great retaliation out of Team Vague.
Yep. Didn't miss a beat right there. Bounce back to bring it to 1v1 to Lol. Once again, his sniping presence has been so huge for this team and continues to be the case. This time, a little Overwatch on the side, and should have at least seen that nade cross, so has an idea of where one player is. Solo's there to entry with the kill onto Vague. Just like that, we've got Team Ganeth with the man advantage off the start right here. Generator room control. And that pretty much completely stalls out the push out of Team Vague for the time being. Although, as I say that, they entry in on the A side. Shots on the Random, and they've got lives equalized just like that. Learns forced back, and he's not going to be able to peek.
Yeah, so is Prevail. The wall in the middle of the map. Oh, Gannon pieces them. Solo going to be able to take down Cosmo in the midst of all that action. It's down to a 2v3. Saku, oh man, a bees. What are we doing there, bud? Cdbi able to get the trade. That one was tough. Now it's all on to Cdbi. Able to win the one, but Prevail there to get the trade. Back and forth we go, Bobby.
Had Cdbi won that first gunfight a little bit earlier, it might have been a possible 1v2, 1v3, but It's a couple bullets too long and ends up paying for it. Team Ganeth back in the driver's seat, and once again, looking like Solo's having some connection issues. To be expected, playing from China, I believe you need a VPN to access the game, period. Still having himself quite the tournament. 2 kills on the board, but does get spotted out by Jibian. I don't know if that was a lapse in communication or a lapse in game plan. They let him right up the middle of the map.
He did. Vague right up the middle himself. Able to dial it back now. Gets the call. Bomb's going to go down over at the A site. Must retreat at all costs. Hold this site down. Can't break the mold. Ganeth in the middle of the map. Going to wait for the other 2 players. Vague shouldering it. Waiting for the hit. Here it comes. First encounter. Abi's able to find one, but Learn quickly able to get the trade as he does wrap on through. It's Cosmo now up on deck. Is able to get some shots, but not able to get the kill. Learn last one alive.
I think he realizes that Abiz has wrapped to the bottom side. He's going to look to play time right here. Not overextending, and Learn, I think, might be too far away already. Doesn't matter. Abiz puts him out of his misery and equalizes the rounds once again at 2-2. Back and forth we go. Random still looking for his first kill in this one. It hasn't mattered too terribly much for Team Ganeth as they've still been able to manage so far. I would definitely like to have a lead going into that half.
Yeah, anything you can lean on in this one. Vague, he's been leaning on everybody in this event. Not necessarily in this search to destroy, but his teammates have had his back. Great bounce back round out of Bees, and he's being able to slip through the backside, able to get the freebie on the Ganeth. That's going to open up the floodgates. 3 players left standing on the left-hand side of the map. Let's see if any kind of nades come through. Solo able to win one, but he's got a pretty impossible task ahead of him. Bombs planted and a 1v4. Do your thing, buddy.
Especially with a shotgun in hand, just about any other weapon, then maybe it's possible, but you're not ripping anybody off of a heady with that thing. You got to full send it in the middle, and Halal says not today. Kill number 5 on the board for him. Now Team Vague takes the lead for the first time in this one. I think if you're Ganeth and company, you gotta focus in right here. Cannot afford to go down 2-0 early in this series, and definitely want to go into the half with the lead if at all possible, or with it even at all possible.
Yeah. Even, I mean, that's just as good as being on top at this point. Solo able to get aggressive through the middle of the map, wins the battle up top. Their side boiler room. Vague gonna get trampled as he made the hop up. Just gonna be a threat there to Thorn in the side of Team Vague. As long as he holds that spot, nobody shall pass. And they've got a good front, Bobby. Literally fanning across the middle of the map. And nobody has been able to transition through. The timing for Solo could not have been worse, but is he going to be able to win the gunfight? It doesn't matter. It's going to be Ganeth there to save him. They're all going to be able to get some trades, but damage is done. It's down to 2 apiece.
Surely no way that they sell it. What, 2v4, 2v5? Something close to it right there. Abiz is going to back up. He's now in a 1v3. It would take a god-tier play, unfortunately for him. Hit marker onto his coach. And that will be evened up at 3 rounds apiece heading into the half. So if you're Team Ganeth, you can't be too mad about that. Yeah, would have been nice to have the lead, but get ready to hop over to the defense now, and you are definitely set up for success in this one. Make it offense now. Let's see if Ganeth can find any angles. Doesn't want to over-shell on the Talal right there. Knows how risky that can be, but it's Vague. Opening things up in a big way, and Ganeth just like that all by his lonesome.
Yikes. That one's fallen flat. We get the flip. Same-ish, different story. This one getting ugly. 1v4 would be one hell of a clip. 55 seconds, no bomb in sight. Everyone just kind of evacuating the area. They know exactly where that bomb is, so as soon as he picks it up, it is going to be a triggered alert. Impossible. Let's see what he can get done. Maybe pick up one for the memes. We'll see what happens. Big first point of contact. Movement. Gets taken down, but it is a Bees there for the trade. 4-3 lead still. Back in the hands of... Well, lead back in the hands of Vague, not still.
All right. Team Ganeth. Sorry. Trying to eat while I cast and got something stuck in my throat. Team Ganeth. Once again, gotta lock in. Random, only 1 kill on the board. Definitely hoping to get him going. Especially in the matches they've won, he's played a big role. It's just, once again, issue of consistency, especially for these newer players. Bobby, or Jibby Bobby, gonna find one on the Ganeth right there to equalize. The lull, it's the wrap, trades, kills, back and forth, and all onto Random. Surely he has to know there's at least one player coming from this direction. Finds the kill, opportunity to 1v2. Definitely saw a Bees cross to the backside. Knows he can sit back with that bomb planted. All onto a Bees to make the play. You don't have any reason to jump down right here. He suddenly put himself in a disadvantage, but it doesn't matter! Beams onto a Bees and clutches up in a 1v2.
It's crazy. Gets in a little bit of a pickle, but wins the gunny regardless. Topside control usually is the advantage. Bees ran at it, had him pinned down and everything, just couldn't execute. And that's a round that slipped by through. I mean, either way, it'd have been a round that slipped through for either team because, I mean, you had a 5v4 advantage, bomb planted, it was like 20 seconds left to go, and everything started to crumble. Big kill from Random, payoff round. They got a little bit of swagger. Bobby Solo able to open up at the first blood, but is taken down. Prevail taking one for the team as well. Bomb's going down nonetheless. 37 seconds. It's down to a 2v4.
Maybe on the flank right here. I don't know if they realize. Doesn't matter. Ganeth checks. Ganeth shuts him down. That's back-to-back rounds for his squad. Back in the lead once again, and seeming like the S&D might be their go-to mode. Obviously, to win a best of 5, you got to win more than just one S&D, but they can find one somewhere. Might be setting themselves up for a chance. Gotta continue to execute here. Prevail, 10 kills on the board. He gets mid-control right there. Team Vague looking a little bit indecisive here on the defensive side. Not wanting to overcommit, but to lull. The nade on to learn. Could not have been any better time, but unfortunately for a Bees, he overextends on the Chow. Vague there for the trade, but Prevail's there again, and my gosh, is this back and forth. Just like that, the round's over, and just like that, we're tied back up at 5-5.
I was about to say, if it's not broke, don't break it, and just continue to push on through. I think they got a little egregious with the map control. Your bomb carrier goes down via a god nade from Thalal. And Learn puts the bomb in jeopardy. On top of that, I don't know if you saw, but Jibby was on a god tier flank. Could have been devastating regardless. Ganeth opened it up with the first blood. Thalal. Not good for Vague and crew as they lose first blood this time around. Random being spotted out in that A side exit of the stack as well. Bomb's made its way over. Learn still undecisive on whether he should get this plant down. No trophies here, and nades are being chucked over the top. Luckily, nothing lands. Yes, it does. It's just not on the Learn, who's going to be stunned on the exit. We've got a good old 3v4 here for the hold.
Random gets caught way out of position right there. Just in no man's land. Dies for no reason to Vague. Solo, big play right there, but only able to find one. Peeker's advantage for Learn goes his way. And another much-needed round for Team Ganeth to go back into the lead. They can avoid OT right here with a round win and tie up the series in a round apiece, or a map apiece. See if they can execute. This time it's a full hit onto that A side. Oh my gosh. This is very reminiscent of 2023, and they clash head-to-head, but this time it's Jibby coming out on top. 2 or 3 kills for him, all onto Solo and Random. Solo can't connect. Random needs to have a 1v3, and it's not meant to be. We're headed to OT.
But it's not over yet. Ready up.
Someone in chat said we need OT. Guess what? We got it. I for sure, if Solo had any other gun in that instance, that's 2 rounds in a row where I've seen him with literally 1 or 2 or 3 people in his face, and he's not able to get anything out of it. I know the Doof is fun to use. I know it's a comfort gun, and I know you've done some crazy things with it, but any other gun with those routes would have proven to be at least a 2-piece. And we're feeling it now. Ganeth and crew couldn't get the job done in regulation. It's all down to OT. Jibby opened up at the first blood, but it Prevail just doing a great job of doing what he does best, and that is finding kills on top of kills. A 2-piece. Now looking for more. Has one lurking in Cdbi, but Cdbi not going to give him the satisfaction of peeking out.
Some tragic timing for Cosmo. Seemed like he had the read, but wasn't able to get the kill. Leaves Cdbi all alone. I don't think anybody has any idea where he is, but Ganis slides the corner and shuts him down once again. We've seen that out of him time and time again. Ping's not going to do anything to stop that man from aiming, and he has come up big with a lot of those snipes now up to 9 kills on the board. Once again, the opportunity to put this away. Just a question of whether they can execute, and once again, an all-out brawl on the A side. This time the nades connect for a B's.
Yeah, this one's not done. It's not over. Solo, 1v5. Doof at the ready. Can't be too heavy on the trigger off the ramp. Gets one, is done. Out of sight, not out of mind just yet. They know exactly where he's lurked through, and with 5 or 4 players left standing, hold on. Might be able to do something crazy here. Gets the stun to connect. Doesn't have anything else outside of that to work with. But they have no idea where he's gone. And brother, I would be scared in a corner right now with this shotgun, and they are out in the open.
Oh, Bees has no
Solo
idea.
might be able to pounce. No.
Made a slide, but I don't think Abiz heard it either. Thing is only 30 seconds. He's got to be perfect. No util. Bomb in a dream, and they're still running around the map looking for him when there's only 18 seconds left and only one bomb site where he could possibly be. He's banking on them making a wrap toward mid, and he reads that correctly, but you got to get this bomb down. He's made this manageable, but the thing is, one good slide peek and he's dead, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Well played by Talal. And that brings us to round number 15 as overtime continues.
Yo. What better way to see our second map go down than some OT in the search and destroy? This is certainly giving us CDM vibes. If you know, you know. Those search and destroys, they'll last days if they can manage to continue the rounds. Big nade over the top there. Random. Picks up 2. It's all down to the law. The law. Jesus.
I blinked and I missed it. Okay, that was the fastest round of all time. Random handling business right there. Said that he needed to lock things up if they're going to have a chance, and he's now caught up to the rest of the squad. Just, can anybody win an offensive round at this point? It's been the biggest challenge for these teams. And this time the bomb going to head on over toward the A side yet again. Win a defensive round. Time a slower approach. Oh my gosh, there's so many players through the back line. What is happening?
Vague's crew. I mean, they're just running right through the middle of the map.
Yeah, I don't know what Gana's team is doing. It looked like they didn't have any cross angles covered, and they just went directly behind the back lines with no clue whatsoever what was happening. But learn that concussion hits. Probably could have played for a kill off of it, but gonna reposition. Now a chance at a 1v3.
He's left them in the dust too. They have no idea where he's at, making a little bit of noise on the hop up. I don't think they've heard him. He's made his way back over to the A. They'll never expect this, right? They never peeked it, so they know it's up for grabs. They're going to go ahead and hold hands for the time being. Bomb's going to go down. Vague and Cdbi left to clutch it up. Learn. On the opposite end, looking to prevent it from happening and maybe get the timing right here to clutch it up, Bobby. 35 seconds here. There's come the hit on towards the 8 side. Learn, wrap in the rear.
Perfectly played, pretty much exactly what I would have expected, and exactly what Vague is going to expect as well. Picks up the kill and hands us another round of overtime. We head into round number 17. And once again, the question, can anybody win an offensive round?
I think that was the closest that we've gotten so far. Had the right read. Vague just sniffed it out perfectly. Got the right timing. As long as was able to slip on through the middle of the map. No harm, no foul. Back to square one we go. Thalal opened up with the first blood. Offense strikes quickly. A side hit is going to be exceptionally perfected. Bomb's going to go down along with it. This could be it, Bobby. This is the round that you asked for. It might get delivered here. Learn able to find one off the rip. So a 4v4 retake it is.
See what they've got right here. Two looking to entry. Solo spotted out, but the timing for Vegas there. He shuts down one. Solo drops. Learn, last man standing. 1vx once again finds one. This is just so much to try to do in a short amount of time. Doesn't realize Vegas on the top side. We finally see an offensive round go through. And maybe an opportunity for Team Vague to put this away. We've seen so many of the opening rounds go the way of the opposition. We'll have to see if Team Ganeth can make some adjustments and find an offensive round of their own. They're going to send a heavy B hit toward that side.
This is it. This has been the bread and butter. It's mano a mano. Ganeth open it up with the first blood. It's huge. Reinvest double back, though. You find the first blood. Solo is now creeping up on Cdbi. Learn in the background is going to be able to take down his player there in the midst, and Solo going to be able to ram it on through. Bomb or not, they are certainly going to win this one. It's all down the Vague. Able to find the first. We're able to find a second, third, not there in the cards. You said we need to find one. And Bobby, they delivered twice over.
2 offensive rounds. We're officially in CDM territory. Round 9 versus round 9 right here. Let's keep it going. Who will be the first to budge? They've proven they can win on both sides. That's random. A huge kill across the mid-map through the smoke right there. That's going to slow down that offensive push. Pressure onto Talal to pick up a big pick. Can't quite get the second one right there, but not going to get challenged again. Solo, as I say that, finds one to equalize into a 3v3, making a 3v2, and he's keeping on going, not slowing down. All down to Cdbi. 1v3 right here. Looking like we might have another defensive round. This time through, Solo goes big for his squad and puts them back in the lead.
Yeah, he saw what was holding them back here in this one. That R9 put aside the VMP out, and he is sitting pretty at the top of this leaderboard with 16 kills, sharing it with Learn. Prevail shortly right there behind him. And a great round indeed for the defense. Now, where's the hit going to come? Look at this. They're flooding the middle of the map, Bobby. 3 demons on the bottom side. Smoke through, random, opening up the first blood.
And Solo ran, I believe, right past one of the players, but it doesn't matter as random finds that pick. Jimmy's going to get pinched right there. And this might be it. An opportunity to finally end the search and destroy. The bomb goes down. 2 players down as well, but Vague responds. Gets a 2-piece of his own, and now an opportunity to wrap. 2 players going to group up. Learn finds one onto Talal. They don't realize there's one top side of the stairs. Prevail entering, timing. Will it go their way? Random spotted out, but it's going to be a 1v3 for Vague. Not a whole lot of time to work with. 20 seconds. And he's got to go. They're not going to play together. There's no reason to. They don't want to give any additional opportunities. But he's now got a chance. 1 player at the bottom side of that ladder. He's hoping for timing. Pros don't fake. Vague with the 1v3.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
What the? What was that? That would have been the ace if he got the kill too. Vague is feeling it. How does he clutch that? How do they allow him to get away with it? Gunny was hot, man. And that should be the momentum. That'd be tilting for me. Vague feeling it. Gonna get shut down. Reality check. Solo's here. He's better. Prevail able to find one. Trades for days. We go. It's a 3v2. Offense has the advantage. Can they capitalize with it?
Oh, huge kill for Ganeth right there. Knows that 1 player's on the top side as well. Big picks, random 1v2 opportunity if he can clutch Talal. Gonna back up off of this. I'm not sure what he's peeking for right there. Random was all the way back of generators when he got that kill. Now has a better idea of what he's working with, and 40 seconds remain. Bomb down top generators. Oh, random spots him out right there. Not going to overextend. Knows he's got a sniper. Once again, pressure on the offense to make the move right here. Talal has no idea. Nearly finds the turn, but it's not meant to be. And random goes big for his squad once again.
That's a hell of a way to bounce back after getting 1v5 essentially. That's a lot of resilience. That's a lot of focus. That's a lot of determination. That's a lot of willpower. And this is a glimpse of what we're going to see in CDM for sure. We're going to have these long nights for hours on end. Search and destroys can last. The law going to be able to open up the first blood. Learn's going to be stunned right in the middle of the map. Is going to be able to collect though. Prevail able to get some kills, but Vague back on it as he's able to find another one. He is just ripped his lobby apart.
Prevail.
Ready up.
Prevail. You cannot let that man do that to you on not two rounds in a row, but first you let him ninja defuse you, and then you let him put you on skates right there. 22 kills in Search and Destroy for Vague. Just putting on a masterclass in round after round, keeping his team in this.
We'll keep spinning. Freebie there for Vague. Catches Ganeth on the transition. Random there for it as well as Cdbi rather. Cosmo's going to be traded out. It's a 2 for 2. As things start to progress, Cdbi getting a 3-piece in the mix. They're going to get the bomb, but they're not going to control the site. Why did Solo go back to the shotty?
I don't know.
I don't know if that would have changed it because they both were right there. Yikes. Map point.
All right. Vague up to 23. 21 for Cdbi. The question is, can they close it out? Because nobody seems to want to this time. Solo full sending it mid-map. Smoked out. Cdbi doesn't want to peek it. Solo said, sorry, you don't have a choice. That's going to be first blood. That should mean the plant as well. With the nades going over top, they should be able to zone that pretty efficiently. They got to pray that Abiz can find some sort of a hop-up angle and spots out at least 2 from mid. Question of the timing, and Learn peeks that mid angle. Now on to Vague again, but this time the clutch is not meant, at least not for him. And another offensive win means another round of overtime. Round 25.
Fight! It's been a fight. It's been a war. It feels like it's been some years, and that is what Search and Destroy will do to you. Gunny's hot flow state there for Vague in 1 round. That time around, going to be neutralized. B-side hit coming through. Nobody here to answer. And it looks like it's going to be a bomb down quickly as a B is going to get the job done. Hits coming now from the middle of the map as well as the backside. It's going to be Solo. VMP out. He learned from mistakes past. Puts away the shotgun and pays dividends. Abiz there for the trade. Make it Cosmos. Solo with an 8 shot. I saw him chuck that. That baby was... It was up there, Bobby.
2v3. Solo finds one to equalize right here. Opportunity that's not meant to be. Cosmo gets the final kill. And yet another round going the way of Team Vague. The question is, can they find a way to close it out?
I've been wondering that for the past, like, 6 rounds. And then we saw Vague do what he did. And the answer is no so far. Could be the last one, though. Hit over towards the B side. Nades over the top. One player's going to be able to sneak through. It's Vague. He's on a mission. Able to take down one. Able to get some shots on another, but Learn able to shut him down quickly. Random quickly there for another. They've done their work here for the B side. Are they going to be able to get this bomb plant to go along with it? There's all 3 players there. Focus on this, and you can see the investments now being pulled back. They want to get a little step back from the equation. They want to get a little bit outside the box with it. And this rotation now being led all the way back towards the middle of the map. I'm not sure I'm a fan of it, but hey, it's led them to this A site, which is free for the plant.
4v4. Bombs in hand for Learn. Not a whole lot of time left. I feel like you kind of have to commit to it at this point. They've got nothing scoped out over on the B side. I guess just trying to cover all of their angles, and they do that, but he's still not committing. Finally going to go down right here. Talal with like head-to-head with Solo, but timing's not there. It is going to be a Beast picking up the kill onto Random. 3v3. Oh, what a shot by Talal! Put Solo in the grave. Opportunity to close it out. Ganeth has to 1v3 right here. The timing could not be any more tragic. Tries to get away, but nothing to work with. And round 26 goes the way of Team Vague. And they go up 2-0 in the series.
Devastating. I mean, you break that one down second by second at the final remnants. You catch Random and, like, I mean, I don't know, just some of the worst timing trailing through. You have Learn who peeks the barrel sight, right? That should be enough. If there's nobody right there to trade you, you get that bomb down. You don't lurk out. There's no reason for you not to be in stack. You don't need to be creative in that particular sense. That was not the best play, and it's just devastating from there on out. Solo also on a little bit of a mission. Can't account for big shots from the Law, who drops 16 on you. Vague, MVP of this one, clearly 26 and 20. That includes a 1v5. Takes 4 kills, gets the ninja defuse too. Bobby, what a game number 2.
My, oh my. Vague and company looking like they are well on their way to a championship. Just one more map. And the question is, how tired is Team Ganeth got to be at this point? Like, longest lower bracket run possible. You played 2 matchups. Well, they played the first one? No, they started in the lower bracket, but they have had to play 2 matchups leading up to this, and now you're up against you need to reverse sweep and bracket reset. It would be the comeback of a lifetime. I would love to see it happen, but it is going to take some incredible resilience, especially after an S&D that went that long.
Yeah, if you're not a fan of Call of Duty Mobile after that map, I don't know what to do to convince you. That is the biggest ups, the biggest downs. We had some clutch moments. We had a little bit of everything, and it happened on a map like Meltdown. And that's just an intro to what we're going to see in CDM to come. Bobby, we are being treated here, but it could end for one of these teams. Ganeth needs to get their act together. They need to complete their complete reverse sweep, not just this series, but also they get the bracket reset. Vague get a chance to shut them down yet again. It's got to start here on this map. I will say I was looking at some of the notes that I had, and I haven't seen Standoff be played yet by Ganeth. Vague's played it already once today, and they won convincingly 3-1 against Team Marshy, sending them to the lower brackets. So they got 1 rep on it already today. That could be a recipe for disaster if you're Ganeth squad. A lag out. Bobby.
Oh, I was muted. Yep. No, I was gonna say, sorry, the wife came in and I forgot that I muted myself.
Gotcha.
I was gonna say I don't think you can fault anybody for losing that one, but then again, they also got 1v4. So I guess you do kind of have to take the responsibility of serving that one up to Vague on the silver platter and give credit to Vague for clutching the 1v4. Very impressive plays out of him. That gets us ready for map number 3. Could be the last map. Be a quick grand finals, but deserved for Team Vague if they can make it happen. And also deserved for me drafting the team. But, you know, who's to say who really deserves credit?
Credit where credit is due. I mean, who else thinks this is rigged? Bobby's team makes it to the grand finals. They do it pretty convincingly. They win a unwinnable search and destroy. I don't know. I'm starting to sniff a little foul play in the air. Let me know if you think the same, chat. Yeah, Bobby's Bobby's muted. Yeah. Chat's finally starting to catch up. I was doing the same. I was like, is he here? Did he leave me all by my lonesome and just didn't say anything? Because I was rambling as I always do. We're yapping. Team's about to be yapping. We'll hopefully do some listen-ins here for this standoff, as it could be our last chance.
All right. Waiting on one more player. And we should be good to go to get things started. Waiting for our players to ready up. And we are underway. Map number 3. Can Team Ganeth make the reverse sweep happen? Get your predictions in chat right now.
Let us know who you got. This is it. Last line of defense, into the line. If you don't pull out up front, Ganeth on the chopping block. Vague looking to grab the crown here of the very first inaugural, hopefully annual, maybe semi-annual, Cdbi. We'll find out. Tune in for more information. First blood comes through. It's blue. That's going to be Vague off the rip in defense. First round in. We're already going to see a back and forth affairs. This one's starting to get a bit dicey. They are looking to put the full court pressure already on. Vague's already in your spawn in the tank.
Yep, not a good sign, although Ganeth with a big-time snipe from the top side. Didn't spot out the first peek on Cosmo, but gets him on the second try, and oh my god, off the top rope. 4 kills straight for the captain. He is not going out easily. What a feed out of him to get things started right here. Lives start to equalize ever so slightly. And once again, that spawn trap pressure very much in play. Learn's still looking to find his first kill.
Yeah, on a map like this is always going to be... Oh my god, Vague just tucked away in the corner solo, just knows exactly what's going on. On a map like this, it is always going to be a factor. Spawn traps, the cheese, it's there. As we see, first hit progress does include a B-side hit, A-side now trying to get some motion going. Solo still running the map rampant, is able to find some long shots there with the R9, picks up a sniper to go. Is going to get cut down. Progress still being collected on towards that A-site, but it's a 9v12 in a life feed. Not looking good. They got to play the objective as well as maintain the life.
4 lives up for Team Ganeth right here. A lot of spawn pressure. Vague's got to try to alleviate it. He can't do it. No respawns remaining as I say that. 2 players going to drop for Team Vague. And Learn's got an opportunity to deal with Vague early, but Vague turns and burns. That's big time. That brings it into a 4v3. There's not a whole lot of time for Team Ganeth to hop the objective here. They've got to move quickly. Ganeth sends out the hunter-killer drone. Got some streaks so far in this one, and another beauty of a shot, but now it's all down to Prevail. Has to get to the other objective to stop the clock. He does that. Kind of a nightmare of an angle to try to work with right here, and unfortunately, he's not able to make it happen.
Yeah, that's a crazy push out. Yeah. Kind of force your hand, though. You sit back and play the head glitch there. Get pieced up by Thalal, who is surely sniping. Been pretty hot here in this one. It's fine 6 through the first round. Ganeth on 10. I'm sure he's on way more than 10 ping, so that is an absolute masterclass off of him off the rip. First blood comes through in a way of via Cosmos to Learn. Struggle to find first blood for his himself. Finds 2 quickly here in this round, tripling his output.
Vague, a couple big kills across mid. Response from Team Ganeth. They take the life lead back for themselves. Back and forth we go. 3 ops charged over on Team Vague. Death Machine, Solo, dead. Ganeth, fully opt to pop the operator right here. He's been pretty content with the way the sniper's been working. Equal's going to push on through, and that's going to be Vague shutting him down. So that clears some real estate on the inside of Grandma's. Hops to the top side as well. They continue to stack time over on this A zone. Learn's going to drop one. Vague's going to drop Learn as well as Prevail. He's been absolutely reaping with this thing in hand. Looks like full A zone going to be captured right here and puts a lot of pressure on the defense to lock down that B side.
A lot of time to play too. 15-13. Fred missile down. Not gonna hit. No bueno. It is gonna be a beast. Finding 2 there. Make it 3 in the feed as they're looking to strike here on towards this B site. Job's almost done here for Team Vague. They can smell the finish line. Predator missile earned for a bees. Still have a few shots left there. Oh, and he's been flawless. Peek and he will make you pay, or just find yourself in the middle of the map. Wrong place, wrong time. He's the man.
Just not letting them do anything with that Annihilator out. Forces them to spawn opposite. Not giving anything to the opposition. Pred's going to drop. He said, I don't care whether I need to do this. We are winning this one decisively. 10v2. Learning Ganeth. Remain right here. Trying to do the impossible. Learn's going to drop. Ganeth all alone. Doesn't take the shot, so they have no idea where he is. With Gibby dropping right there, they know just that. And hopping that B objective, it's all down to Ganeth. Team might just be out of steam so far in this one. They're going to opt to play their operator charges as well. Going to chuck the nade. Technically against the rules, but I don't think we're going to hold it against him.
We'll allow it. This is CDM. Those rules.
That's true.
Apply.
We're on CDM rules. That's
yes,
true. That's
we're
true.
on
That's true.
CDM rules. That's 100% allowed. Big brains out of Ganeth. Thinks about it. Might have actually tried to chuck it out of bounds. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna stick it. This is CDM rules. We're playing it by that. 2 rounds. This is it, Bobby. No more mistakes to be made. Ganeth, the reverse sweep completely has to start here. It should have started a few rounds back, but nonetheless, beggars can't be choosers. Solo on a tear 3 through the middle of the map. Able to get some space up top, but he's gonna immediately get shut down. That leaves only Prevail in enemy territory. Already a bad start here for the boys.
I mean, Ganeth is feeling himself. Well, he's feeling himself now. I think he only got 1 kill in that second round, but my oh my, he is hitting some jump shots left and right here. Not gonna be able to get the players hopping in the top of P2 there, but once again, ever so slightly keeping the lives even. And Vague continues to just be a menace on the map. 14 kills. Wraps on wraps on wraps. And now the spawn trap in play once again. Beams onto Ganeth. Not quite enough for the kill. Once again, the pressure is there. And that means his teammate's going to be able to clean up the rest. Jibby with another 2. Abiz with another 1. Vague's not even being afforded the opportunity to get the kills, and now the operators are out for the spawn trap. Vague with equals. Death machine for Jibby. The beginning of the end, unfortunately, for Team Ganeth. The lower bracket run had to stop at some point. They run out of steam in the grand finals. Solo with a last attempt. He's going to get dropped at the hands of Thalal. 3 players remain, Random and Prevail. Praying for a miracle, but there's no time. They've got to stop the clock right here. Enemy team's going to know exactly where they are, and with only 2 seconds, there's no margin for error. Random finds 1, not going to have another, and they're just going to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. I'm not really... Ladies and gentlemen... What? Wait. What?
Wait.
There's no way. There's no way. He's got a pred. He's got a pred. Oh my god. There's no way. There's no way you let... Okay. Whoo! Bees! Pops the Annihilator! Puts him out of his misery, ladies and gentlemen! Team Vague are your CDBI champions of 2026.
Congratulations. I don't know if I was supposed to come in there. Congratulations to Team Vague. They have done it. They are your champions of the tournament. We went all the way to a grand finals, and it was all for a 3-0. We were wondering whether Team Vague would come in cold, and they absolutely did not. They came in firing on all cylinders right from the word go, right from the very start of this series. Verdict, start off the series with a takeoff hardpoint at 250 to 166 to Team Vague. A Bees dropped a 60 bomb in that game.
Yeah, and you heard the comms too. Captain was captaining. I know Bobby drafted this roster, but Vague, I was about to say drove this ship, but he sailed this ship to victory, okay? That guy put in some great comms. I mean, not only that, but the call-outs were there. He was providing a lot of positive reinforcement for his squad. And when you've got a 60 bomb being dropped, dude, it's it's downright devastating.
Yeah, it is tough. There's not really much you can do about a 60 bomb. I also love this team in hardpoint, Bobby, because I think they had the slaying power, and they didn't go too crazy on that, right? They weren't just kill whoring throughout the entire game. You had the likes of Cosmo, who had like 2 minutes inside the hardpoint. Like every player on the team, they knew their role. They knew that you only need so much slaying, and they had players on the objective.
Yeah, it was just a well-balanced team. The ARs and the SMGs didn't really seem to be particularly tilted one direction or another. Appreciate the raid from Ganna. Thanks for competing. Once again, credit to Ganna's team. They put on an absolute performance, start to finish. And even though they come up short in the grand finals, I don't think there's anything you can be mad about, especially with Ganna. Once again, by far the biggest ping disadvantage of anybody in the tournament, and still putting up numbers, putting on a show. Beautiful snipes across the board. Yeah, Team Vague, there's just no weak points. They had somebody to do everything, and it really showed in the results that they had, pulling it out at the end. I think not having to expend nearly as much energy early on in the day allowed them to really thrive there at the end.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. You want to give a shout out to those Team Ganef, as you said. I mean, the run that they made through the bracket was insane. I think four matches in a row, especially the way that they won those last couple as well. We really do have to give them some love, but it turns out in the end, the grand finals, they just ran out of steam ever so slightly. They could not pull themselves all the way through. Team Vague then are our champions for this tournament. I think we should show the bracket one last time if we're not already putting that up on broadcast to show everybody how Team Vague got here. How did they make it all the way towards the championship? How did they win? Well, for those of you guys who don't know, they beat Team Little B, they beat Team Tyrese, they beat Team Marshy in the upper bracket finals, which you guys saw earlier on today, and then of course they take down Team Ganef. So that is a good selection of teams there. They definitely had to work for it.
No, yeah, they did. They went through the gauntlet. I for sure thought they were going to slip at the finish line there against Marshy. We get into that control, and it was just, 88 now at the gate for them. A big bounce back from them, indeed. But hey, it was a dominant performance. I think the resilience of this team was tested in that search and destroy. There's no way they should have won that, but the team captain put the squad on their back. I don't know if you were watching it, but he went in flow state with the SMG. He was not missing.
Dude, honestly, Vague was insane in that game and that meltdown. It's almost like he's had bad vibes on meltdown before.
Yeah, somewhat.
Somewhat. Vague was just going crazy in that meltdown search and destroy. He was absolutely tip of the spear more often than not, and was leading the charge. So shout out to him for leading this squad, even though he didn't pick it. On that note, then, $4,000 goes to Team Vague. Any final thoughts on the roster, Bobby, that you put together?
Very clearly, nothing I would have done differently. I think that was best value they could have possibly gone. We even tried to keep it so that we weren't giving him like a ton of advantage, and we still gave him the winning roster. So just imagine if we had actually tried to draft a God Squad,
Yeah, well, you know what's funny about that is, imagine if we did draft Freezy. Freezy wouldn't have been turned up to tournament, and he would have got somebody else anyway.
That's true. So, there we go. All right.
We actually helped him out a little bit. Regardless, shout out to Team Vague. That's going to do it for the tournament, I believe. Congrats once again to Team Vague. They are the champions of the inaugural Call of Duty Mobile Bobby Invitational. Massive thank you to Call of Duty Mobile for making this entire thing happen, as well as all the staff behind the scenes. The wonderful team here we got on broadcast, including my boys Verdict and Bobby themselves. And to you for watching this entire thing. This, of course, was a precursor for CDM, and you can make make sure you watch CDM this week. Starts on March 12th. If you want to keep up with Call of Duty Mobile at the professional level, that's the next big thing. Until then, shout out to all you guys for watching. Thank you so much, everybody, and we'll see you for the next tournament.